Chosen one. Stop for a moment. Heaven has just interrupted your day not to take something from you, but to return something sacred you lost along the way. Your true identity. This is not coincidence. This is divine timing. Every event that has brought you here, every heartbreak, every silence, every detour, has been carefully orchestrated to lead you to this precise moment. This interruption is holy. Heaven does not waste moments, it transforms them. You have been walking beneath a veil of confusion, but now light breaks through. What once seemed like delay was divine choreography. You are standing inside a heavenly appointment, crafted before time began, where revelation meets recognition and purpose meets power. Pause here and feel it. The atmosphere around you has shifted. What you sense is not emotion, it is encounter. The Spirit of God hovers close, awakening what has been asleep within you. Listen, because destiny is speaking in the language of peace, telling you that you were always meant to stand apart. You are not here by accident. You are not reading this because of an algorithm. Heaven has arranged this encounter to remind you who you truly are. For too long, you've lived under borrowed names, labels given by people who never saw the full picture of your purpose. But now, the veil lifts. The echo of eternity calls you by your true name, the one written in fire long before your first breath. You've felt it, haven't you? That sense that you never quite fit the mold, that whisper deep within saying, you were made for something more. The world has tried to convince you to shrink, to settle, to silence your brilliance, but heaven refuses to let you disappear. Because when you were formed, divine hands marked you with purpose. You are not another face in the crowd. You are a beacon sent to pierce darkness. Beloved, pay attention. Every storm that came against you wasn't sent to destroy it, was sent to awaken. You thought you were losing everything, but heaven was removing what was false. You prayed for clarity, and heaven responded with shaking. You cried for peace, and heaven gave you truth. Because identity is not found in calm, it's revealed in collision. You have been through fire. You have been misunderstood, rejected, and broken in places no one saw. But through all of it, heaven was engraving your name deeper into the story of light. The pain you endured was never punishment, it was preparation. The loneliness you felt was not abandonment, it was insulation. God hid you not because you were unworthy, but because you were sacred. Listen closely. There are moments in life when heaven interrupts the ordinary to announce destiny. This is one of those moments. Every vibration in your spirit right now is heaven saying, you are remembered, you are chosen, you have not been forgotten. The hand of God that formed galaxies now reaches for your heart, whispering, it's time to remember who you are. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Jeremiah. Chapter 1, verse 5. Before I formed you, in the womb I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart, appointed you prophet to the nations. This, beloved, is not ancient poetry. It is your mirror. You were known before you existed. You were chosen before you could fail. You were appointed before you could ever disqualify yourself. Heaven never lost track of you. Only you lost track of heaven's version of you. You may feel unworthy, but heaven doesn't build identity on feelings. It builds it on truth. The truth is, you have always been marked. Every time you survived what was meant to kill you, it was proof that heaven still had a claim over your name. Every tear you shed watered the seed of your purpose. Every delay was divine training for what's about to unfold. Beloved, hear me. The enemy knew who you were before you did. That's why he attacked so early. That's why your childhood carried battles you couldn't explain. The enemy saw your potential long before you recognized your power. But what the enemy meant for harm, heaven has already rewritten into redemption. You are standing at the threshold of unveiling. The walls between who you thought you were and who you truly are collapsing. Heaven is not waiting for your perfection, only your agreement. Speak this aloud. I am who heaven says I am. Let your voice carry authority. For when you declare it, the atmosphere shifts. Your words are keys. Your confession unlocks realms. Beloved, don't hide anymore. The world needs the version of you heaven created, not the mask, not the imitation, but the true, radiant, fearless identity that darkness tried to bury. And when you finally stand as that version, the world will witness what divine interruption looks like. This is not a message, it's a moment. If this word resonates with your spirit, if you feel that deep stirring that says, "This is for me," then do not let it pass. Like, share, and subscribe, not for recognition, but as a declaration that you are stepping fully into your calling. When you share light, heaven multiplies it. And now, chosen one, seal this moment. Comment the number 777 below as a prophetic confirmation that you receive your divine identity. This is your agreement with heaven, your signature on the covenant of remembrance. You are not lost, you are found. You are not broken, you are becoming whole. You are not forgotten, you are known. Welcome back to yourself, chosen one. As the divine interruption settles in your spirit, something begins to stir an awareness of how long you have lived behind masks, not your own. You've worn identities built by survival, by the opinions of others, by fear disguised as humility. The world handed you labels, and you wore them because you did not yet know how to carry your true name. You learned to smile when you were breaking, to stay silent when you wanted to scream, to pretend that being misunderstood was easier than standing alone. But heaven saw you beneath every disguise. You became what people needed you to be, instead of what you were called to become. You adjusted your tone, dimmed your light, and buried your truth under layers of expectation. The mask was never your enemy, it was your armor. It kept you safe while you were not ready to be seen. Yet even armor can become a prison when the battle changes. You have outgrown the camouflage that once protected you. The spirit is whispering now. Gently, but firmly, remove what no longer reflects your essence. This is not about rebellion, it's about revelation. The version of you that was shaped by pain must now give way to the version designed by promise. The voice that told you to hide no longer speaks with authority. You are stepping out from the shadow of false identity into the radiant clarity of divine purpose. There was a time when you mistook survival for strength. You thought keeping quiet made you wise, that avoiding confrontation meant you were peaceful. But real peace does not hide, it confronts. Real light does not shrink, it exposes. And you, chosen one, have been carrying a light that was never meant to remain hidden beneath the fabric of fear. The mask has cracks now. You've noticed the moments when your spirit spoke louder than your fear, when your laughter sounded more like freedom than pretense, when your eyes refused to lie, even though your words still tried to. Those were not accidents. They were the first signs of resurrection, the first glimpses of your true reflection breaking through, according to what is revealed in the book of Proverbs, chapter 12, verse 19. Truthful lips endure forever, but a lying tongue lasts only a moment. The truth of who you are has always outlived every false version you've tried to sustain. The mask can only exist temporarily. Authenticity is eternal. The moment you begin to speak truth about your pain, your power, your purpose, the temporary identities collapse, and the eternal one rises. You are learning that identity is not a costume you wear, but a current you release. Every time you act in truth, the current grows stronger. Every time you deny your divine nature, the current weakens. That is why your soul feels weary when you pretend. You were designed to flow in alignment with heaven's frequency, not in the static of self-doubt. Beloved, do not be afraid of the unveiling. When the false layers fall away, the real, you will not be exposed in shame but revealed in glory. God never intended for your scars to disqualify you. They were meant to testify. Every wound you tried to conceal has become a window through which light now shines. Think back to all the roles you played for acceptance: the peacekeeper, the pleaser, the quiet one, the strong one. Each role required you to silence a different part of your spirit. Yet heaven never asked you to perform. It asked you to be. The difference is liberation. Performance seeks applause. Purpose seeks alignment. The applause fades. But l'alignement endure. As the false names begin to fall, there will be emptiness, a quiet space between the no longer and the not yet. Do not rush it. That silence is sacred. It is the pause in which heaven breathes identity back into you. Let the noise of comparison die out. Let the opinions of others lose their grip. You are being rewritten from the inside out. Your reflection will change. Not in your mirror, but in your atmosphere. People may not recognize you. Some will resist the new you because they only understood the broken one. But you cannot shrink to make others comfortable with your growth. Every butterfly leaves the cocoon behind. Every chosen one must walk away from false mirrors. Remember, your true identity carries weight. The enemy is not threatened by imitation. He trembles before authenticity. When you live as who you truly are, heaven backs your every word. Authority flows not from effort, but from essence. The reason you felt powerless in certain seasons is because you were operating under names that heaven did not authorize. Now, as you remove the mask, you will begin to feel a clarity you've never known. Your decisions will sharpen. Your vision will expand. Your voice will deepen. The power that once leaked through cracks of confusion will now surge through channels of truth. You will begin to understand that authenticity is anointing, and when you finally look at yourself, no filter, no disguise, you will not see someone unworthy. You will see divine craftsmanship. Every scar, every tear, every moment of endurance will shimmer as evidence of transformation. What once felt like shame will now feel like sacred history. Beloved chosen one, the mask has served its purpose. You wore it well, but it cannot follow you into destiny. Lay it down with honor, not regret. The world needs your unveiled face, your unfiltered voice, your authentic light. For when you walk in truth, heaven walks through you. Chosen one. As the false masks fall away, something ancient begins to echo within you, an echo of forgotten glory. It is not a memory of the mind, but of the spirit. A resonance from the realm you came from before this world named you. The human part of you has forgotten, but the divine part remembers. There was a time when you walked in full awareness of who you were, clothed in light, moving in purpose, speaking with authority. That knowledge is not gone, it is awakening. You have felt flashes of it before. Those moments when you felt unstoppable. When every word you spoke carried weight. When peace and clarity settled in your chest like fire wrapped in calm. Those moments were not coincidences. They were glimpses of the real you. You didn't imagine them. They were heaven's way of reminding you of the truth you forgot. The world has tried to convince you that your worth must be earned. But identity in heaven's design is not earned, it is inherited. You were not created to beg for validation. You were created to reflect divine authority. Every time you tried to prove yourself, you drifted further from the ease that comes with knowing who you are. The struggle was never about talent or potential, it was always about remembrance. The Spirit spoke through the psalmist David in the book of Psalms, chapter 8, verse 5. You have made them a little lower than the angels and crowned them with glory and honor. This is your origin. You were crowned in glory before life ever placed dust on your name. Every insecurity, every doubt, every fear has been a symptom of amnesia, a forgetting of divine truth. You were made of eternity wrapped in flesh, carrying heaven's DNA in mortal form. That is why nothing temporary has ever fully satisfied you. You have tasted moments of joy, yet always sensed there was something more. That more was not outside of you, it was inside you, whispering through the layers of your humanity, waiting for permission to emerge. Beloved, when you forget your origin, you begin to chase substitutes, titles, approval, possessions, even people who mirror the security you lost. But nothing external can restore what only remembrance can unlock. The greatest warfare you will ever fight is not against demons or circumstances, it is against forgetfulness. The enemy doesn't need to destroy you, he only needs to distract you until you forget who you are. But something is shifting now. The veil is lifting, and the fragments of your divine memory are realigning. You are beginning to recall not only that you are chosen, but that you were always known. Heaven never lost your name. It was spoken over you even in silence. When you cried and heard no answer, heaven was still echoing your identity in realms unseen. This is why you cannot quit. The weight you carry is not punishment, it is potential. You have been entrusted with remembrance. The world around you is hungry for light, but it can only receive what you release. Every time you remember who you are, darkness loses ground in the earth. That is why heaven is calling you to awaken, not just for yourself, but for generations that depend on your remembrance. There will be resistance. The moment you begin to reclaim your divine memory, distractions will multiply. Old wounds will whisper that you are unworthy. Familiar voices will try to convince you to stay the same. But you are not who you used to be. When heaven awakens memory, even your atmosphere must shift. What once drew you will no longer satisfy. What once wounded you will no longer define you. You are standing on the threshold of rediscovery, where every step forward rewrites your past with meaning. Every regret is being rewritten as training. Every tear is being counted as currency. You are richer in spirit than you know. The journey has not been a loss, it has been the curriculum of remembrance. Beloved, breathe for a moment. Feel that pulse inside you, the rhythm of something older than time. That pulse is eternity, knocking from within, asking to be recognized again. You are remembering that you were designed to command peace, to carry love as a weapon, to walk in light unafraid. You are remembering the language of heaven that your soul still speaks fluently. So let this be your declaration moment. Let it be the instant you choose remembrance over routine, destiny over distraction, truth over illusion. You are not just awakening, you are returning. Heaven is not introducing you to something new, it's reintroducing you to something ancient. Comment below. I remember. Say it as prophecy, not participation. When you type those two words, do not do it as someone reacting to a message. Do it as someone reclaiming a birthright. Because every word you release carries sound in the spirit. I remember is not a phrase, it's a key. It unlocks the vault where your divine memory has been stored. The moment you speak it, angels record it. The moment you believe it, heaven enforces it. And when you remember, your entire frequency changes. The heaviness that used to sit on your chest begins to lift. The confusion that used to cloud your mind starts to clear. Fear begins to lose its authority over your choices. Because remembrance births recognition, and recognition awakens revelation. Beloved, the time for sleep is over. Heaven has waited long enough for your awakening. You were not meant to live halfway alive, halfway aware. You were created to remember, to rise, and to reclaim the light that has always been yours. Let the echoes of forgotten glory turn into a roar of divine certainty. You are the chosen one, and the chosen always remember. Chosen one. Long before you ever took your first breath, heaven had already marked a day, a moment written in light when your name would be spoken across eternity. It was not a random choice, nor the result of luck or chance. It was design. Purpose wrapped itself around your soul before your mother ever held you. And in that unseen hour, when heaven spoke your essence into existence, something eternal was placed inside you, a seal that cannot be removed, altered, or replaced. This was the day you were marked. You came into this world carrying a spiritual imprint, one invisible to human eyes, but blazing in the spirit realm. The angels recognized it instantly. The darkness recognized it too, even as an infant. Your presence disturbed unseen forces. The air around you carried a signature not of this world. You were chosen before you could ever choose. The seal was not a decoration, it was identification. It declared ownership, belonging, and assignment. That mark made you different. You may not have known why people treated you strangely, why you were misunderstood, or why certain doors closed when others opened. You didn't realize that heaven's mark on your life made you incompatible with ordinary patterns. When the world tried to mold you, the mark resisted. When sin tried to claim you, the mark intervened. When despair whispered your name, the mark answered louder. Heaven speaks clearly through the words in Deuteronomy, chapter 14, verse 2. For you are a people holy to the Lord your God. Out of all the peoples on the face of the earth, the Lord has chosen you to be his treasured possession. The words are ancient, yet alive. They stretch across centuries to reach you. Now, you are not random matter. You are a treasured possession. You were hand-selected, sealed with divine approval, and set apart for a purpose far greater than your surroundings. From childhood, the mark began to manifest in subtle ways. You sensed things others didn't. You carried empathy deeper than you could explain. When others mocked or judged, something inside you ached instead. You felt what heaven felt. You discerned what eyes could not see. That was the mark speaking. It was your soul, remembering its assignment. You've tried at times to run from it. You attempted to blend in, to lose yourself among the crowd, to silence the voice that whispered destiny while you were trying to rest. But the mark would not let you disappear. No matter how far you wandered, conviction always found you. When others sinned easily, you broke quickly. When others forgot, you remembered. When others compromised, your spirit rebelled. That inner restlessness wasn't guilt, it was guidance. There were seasons when you questioned if being different was a curse. You wanted to be like everyone else, carefree, disconnected, unbothered. But heaven would not allow you to settle. You were born to carry something holy, and holiness cannot dwell comfortably in mediocrity. So God let discomfort drive you back toward purpose. Every time you tried to fit the world's mold, it cracked beneath your anointing. The mark is both calling and protection. It shields you in ways you may never understand. Many times, you thought you were being rejected, but heaven was redirecting. Certain opportunities fell apart, not because you were unworthy, but because you were marked. Some relationships ended not because you lacked love, but because they lacked alignment with your destiny. Every divine no was guarding the integrity of your assignment. Beloved, you must realize that being marked by heaven also means being noticed by darkness. The moment you were born, the adversary read your seal and sent resistance. That is why your life has never been easy. You've faced warfare that others could not see. You've endured heaviness that made no logical sense. You fought battles that started before you understood their purpose. Yet none of it destroyed you. Why? Because the mark ensured your survival. Think back, how many times should you have fallen apart completely? How many times did despair come close but never consume you? How many times did danger approach but could not cross a certain line? That invisible line was your protection, drawn by the one who sealed you. You were never unguarded. Even when you strayed, grace stood watch. But with the mark comes responsibility. You cannot live carelessly when heaven's seal is upon you. You carry influence even when silent. Your words echo beyond the natural. Your choices shift atmospheres. That is why conviction comes quickly. It is not condemnation, but calibration. The mark demands integrity. It reminds you that your life is not entirely your own. You were purchased with intention, chosen for impact, in quiet moments. When you felt unseen, the mark has glowed brightest. You may not have realized it, but every prayer you whispered in exhaustion, every tear you cried in private, every act of kindness you offered when no one noticed, all of it registered in heaven as evidence of your faithfulness. The mark does not fade through struggle, it shines through it. Sometimes, the mark isolates before it elevates. You've endured seasons where friends drifted, doors closed, and loneliness wrapped around you like fog. You wondered what was wrong with you, but solitude is often the classroom of the marked. In isolation, the voice of God becomes louder. The distractions fade. The mark begins to speak in clarity. You were set apart for more. Beloved chosen one, You are not cursed. You are called. You are not strange. You are sealed. The things that made you feel out of place were confirmations of heaven's ownership. The world doesn't recognize the mark because it was not written by earthly ink. It glows only in the presence of light. Even now, heaven watches over that mark. Every trial you face is filtered through divine permission. Nothing reaches you without purpose. And though the weight of being chosen may feel heavy, remember this truth. The mark is proof of belonging. It is the Father's signature etched upon your existence. A reminder that you are never abandoned, never forgotten, never without covering. As time moves forward, you will begin to see evidence of the mark manifesting outwardly. People will notice something different about your presence. Opportunities will find you unexpectedly. Favor will begin to follow your obedience. The seal that once made you feel outcast will now become your crown. The mark does not make you perfect. It makes you purposed. You will still stumble, still feel moments of doubt, still wrestle with uncertainty. But even in those moments, the mark remains. It cannot be erased by failure or tarnished by fear. It stands as heaven's testimony that you belong to a kingdom not built by human hands. So, walk boldly. Chosen one, walk as one who has been sealed for significance. You don't need to prove your worth. You only need to remember it. The day you were marked was the day heaven declared, "This one is mine." And that declaration still stands. Chosen one. Now that you understand that you were marked from birth, it's time to see why the battle around your life has always been so fierce. From the very moment you carried light, darkness took notice. The enemy recognized your brilliance before you ever recognized your own reflection. You were not attacked because you were weak. You were attacked because you were glowing. Every chosen soul emits a frequency that the unseen realm detects. It is like a lighthouse in a storm, steady, luminous, impossible to ignore. Ships lost in darkness navigate by your radiance. Yet that same light draws the attention of the waves that want to drown it. That is why life has felt like a spiritual tug of war. You carry something the enemy cannot steal, but he can distract you long enough to make you doubt its value. The ancient words recorded in Ephesians, chapter 6, verse 12, still echo today. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. These words are not mythology, they are manual. They reveal the pattern that governs your resistance. What you've been fighting was never merely people or circumstance. It was the invisible resistance to your visible calling. Think of your life as a garden. You were planted by divine design. Every trial that buried you was mistaken for death. But the soil only activated what was inside you. When it rained, it was heaven watering your destiny. When it thundered, it was heaven breaking the ground so your roots could deepen. Even your tears became nourishment. You thought you were falling apart, but you were actually growing stronger underground. Beloved, the reason the storms have been so violent is because the seed in you carries weight. Ordinary seeds attract ordinary weather, but destiny seeds provoke storms. Because storms reveal strength, the enemy would rather exhaust you in confusion than confront you in clarity. But you must remember, storms never last forever. Light always returns. And when it does, every drop of rain becomes testimony. In your darkest seasons, heaven was never silent. It was strategizing. The pain that broke you became the prophecy that built you. The nights you spent questioning your worth were the training ground for authority. You were being prepared to carry a message that can only be spoken by someone who has survived. You've become fluent in endurance. Imagine yourself as a candle in a vast room. When the room is bright, the candle blends into the light. But when the room goes dark, the flame becomes visible. The darkness that surrounded you was heaven's way of making your flame impossible to ignore. And now, the world needs that light. Beloved, if these words resonate with your spirit, if something in you recognizes truth, it's because your soul is awakening to its divine resonance. When you share this message, you are not merely spreading content, you are extending flame. Every click, every share, every whisper of "listen to this" becomes another spark, lighting a forgotten heart. If this message reaches you in a moment of heaviness, let it remind you that you are not alone. You are part of a constellation of chosen ones, each shining from different corners of the world, forming a map for others to follow home. Your engagement is not vanity, it's ministry. When you like, you affirm the light. When you share, you scatter seeds of remembrance. When you subscribe, you stand as a witness that heaven's messages still reach earth. And if your heart feels stirred to give, to sow into the continuation of these messages, do it not out of obligation but revelation. Giving is not payment, it is partnership. When a farmer plants a seed, he does not mourn the loss, he anticipates the harvest. Likewise, when you support what awakens souls, you become part of heaven's distribution chain. Every contribution, no matter how small, becomes like oil poured into the flame fuel that ensures the message reaches the ones still searching in the dark. There is a mystery in divine exchange. Heaven multiplies generosity, not by arithmetic, but by alignment. You may not see the immediate fruit, but somewhere a weary soul will breathe again because your light helped carry the message forward. In this digital sanctuary, your interaction is worship. It is your Amen in motion. Beloved, the warfare you've endured was not punishment. It was proof. Proof that your light works. Proof that your identity matters. Proof that your obedience carries consequence in the spiritual realm. You survived not to stay silent, but to speak. You endured not to boast, but to build. Every scar on your soul is an open door through which God can now reach others. You are a torchbearer, and torches must stay lit. Do not hide your flame in the drawer of fear or fatigue. Lift it high. Shine through kindness. Shine through giving. Shine through presence. You don't need a pulpit to preach your life. Is the sermon. Your endurance, the testimony. Your authenticity, the altar. The battle was never meant to crush you. It was meant to confirm you. And now that you've stood through fire and wind, heaven declares you are ready to be seen, not for fame, but for influence, not for spotlight, but for purpose. Let the world see what perseverance looks like. Let them witness what grace can rebuild. Beloved chosen one, the same God who marked you will sustain you. You have nothing to prove, only something to release. Continue walking in light. Continue shining through generosity, through faith, through endurance. And remember, every time you give light, heaven gives back in ways the world cannot measure. Chosen one, now that you understand the reason behind your battles, it's time to confront another truth. Every reflection you've trusted has lied to you. The mirror of the world does not show who you are. It shows who the world trained you to become. For years, you've stared into reflections that could only capture the surface, while heaven saw the unseen, the fire beneath your skin, the light that no camera could contain. The mirror told you that you were not enough. The world applauded appearances, but ignored essence. You learned to measure your worth by comparison, to define your beauty by standards shaped in distortion. You believed the reflection because it looked convincing. Yet deep inside, you always knew it was incomplete. There has always been a part of you whispering, "This is not the full picture." Beloved, you are not the image that pain has painted. You are not the sum of your mistakes, nor the echo of your critics. The mirror of life is made of fragile glass. It cracks easily, distorts easily, and breaks entirely under pressure. Heaven, however, does not use glass to reflect. Heaven uses glory, and glory reveals essence, not appearance. The ancient word in the second letter to Corinthians, chapter 3, verse 18, declares, "And we all, who with unveiled faces contemplate the Lord's glory, are being transformed into His image with ever-increasing glory, which comes from the Lord, who is the Spirit." This verse is your liberation. It tells you that you are not defined by reflection, but by transformation. What you see today is not the finished you, it is the becoming you. You have been looking into the wrong mirrors. The mirrors of society show perfection without depth. The mirrors of fear show flaws without grace. The mirrors of memory show wounds without healing. Yet there is another mirror, the mirror of heaven, that reveals who you are becoming in the hands of divine refinement. That reflection cannot be bought, filtered, or faked. It is earned through surrender, through perseverance, through trust in the unseen. Beloved, every time you looked into a worldly mirror, you saw fragments of yourself, the pieces that pain left behind, the versions shaped by rejection and expectation, the shadows of who you used to be. But heaven sees the whole mosaic, the masterpiece forming beneath the fractures. The enemy has tried to make you despise your brokenness, but heaven uses every crack as a window for light. Do you remember the moments when you caught your reflection after crying and thought you looked unrecognizable? That was not ugliness. It was unveiling. Tears have a strange holiness. They wash away false faces. The reflection you see after a storm is always closer to truth. Pain strips away pretense, until what remains is pure essence. The Spirit has been trying to show you a new reflection, but to see it, you must dare to lift your eyes from the mirror of the world to the mirror of the Word. The Word of God does not flatter. It reveals. It calls out who you truly are, even when you still feel incomplete. It says, "You are fearfully and wonderfully made." It says, "You are the light of the world." It says, "You are chosen, holy, and dearly loved." Yet to believe these words requires courage to stand before a mirror that no longer shows your scars but your calling. For some, that kind of beauty feels uncomfortable. You've spent so long identifying with pain that peace feels foreign. You've known survival more than joy, endurance more than freedom. But heaven did not call you to live as a survivor. Heaven called you to live as a reflection of victory. Beloved, the time has come to replace your mirror. Take down the reflections that keep reminding you of limitation. Remove the voices that tell you you're too late, too broken, too flawed. Those voices are cracked glass. They cannot contain your light anymore. Heaven has set before you a mirror that does not show what you are, it shows whose you are. You are not defined by the reflection of your failures, but by the image of your Creator. Every time you step into truth, the old image fades and the new one shines brighter. Every act of obedience polishes the reflection. Every moment of grace makes the image clearer. The transformation is subtle, but it is steady. Do not be surprised if others don't recognize you. When heaven renews your reflection, some will accuse you of changing too much, but they do not understand that your reflection is catching up with your reality. You are not becoming someone else. You are returning to the version heaven designed before the world distorted you. Beloved, your new reflection will draw others, not because of perfection, but because of authenticity. People will see peace in your eyes and wonder how you found it. They will see resilience in your steps and ask what sustained you. And in those moments, you will reflect the glory you once doubted you carried. There will still be days when the old mirrors try to call you back. They will whisper your past like familiar songs. But remember, even the most shattered mirror cannot recreate the image it once held. Once you've seen your divine reflection, you cannot go back to pretending. Truth has no reverse gear. The moment you stop defining yourself by the mirror of others, freedom begins. You will walk lighter. You will speak softer but stronger. You will look in the mirror and finally recognize the divine resemblance. Not pride, but peace. Not perfection, but purpose. The reflection will no longer be your prison, it will be your proof. Beloved chosen one, your mirror has lied long enough. Lift your gaze to the reflection heaven is showing you now. You are radiant beyond reason, chosen beyond comprehension, and seen beyond measure. Now, to seal this moment of revelation, let heaven record your agreement. Comment the number 444 below. Let it be your declaration that you no longer live according to false reflections. Let it mean, I choose to see myself as heaven sees me. Every number is a symbol. Every symbol, a sound. And every sound a shift. When you type 444, it is not about superstition, it is about alignment. It says, the mirror no longer defines me, the Maker does. Chosen one, the moment you begin to see yourself through heaven's mirror, another revelation unfolds. The world has labeled you with words that were never meant to stay. Those labels, spoken in ignorance or malice, have clung to your soul like old garments. They whispered limitations into your potential, and for too long, you believed them. But the time has come to break the false labels and reclaim the names that heaven actually calls you by. The world called you too sensitive, but heaven calls you perceptive. They called you stubborn, but heaven sees unyielding faith. They said you were difficult to understand, but God wrote, deeply wired for purpose. They told you, you ask for too much. Yet, heaven wrote you were made to expect miracles. Every mislabel has been a misinterpretation of divine design. Beloved, every false name placed upon you has carried a weight, a spiritual residue that shaped how you walked, spoke, and even prayed. The world has a habit of naming things it doesn't understand. Joseph's brothers mocked his dreams before bowing before them. David's family saw a shepherd when heaven saw a king. Mary was called scandalous when she was actually chosen. The pattern is ancient. The misunderstood are often misnamed before they are revealed. You've carried words like stones in your spirit: failure, unworthy, unlovable, too late. You've tried to pretend they didn't hurt. But the truth is, every false label created friction between who you are and who you thought you had to be. Heaven, however, has been peeling them off, one by one, preparing you for clarity. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Isaiah, chapter 62, verse 2. The nations will see your vindication, and all kings your glory. You will be called by a new name that the mouth of the Lord will bestow. That is the divine promise of restoration. Heaven doesn't argue with the lies, it replaces them. It doesn't defend your reputation, it rewrites your record. Beloved, the moment God names you again, every other name loses authority. You are not who they said you were. You are who God says you are. The world's labels describe behavior. Heaven's names reveal identity. Behavior changes with time, but identity is eternal. When God calls you beloved, it means no amount of failure can make him forget your worth. You see, false labels thrive in moments of pain. When your heart broke, they whispered, unlovable. When you failed once, they shouted, failure. When you doubted, they hissed, faithless. But those words were never yours to carry. They belong to a version of you that no longer exists. The you who is awakening today walks under a new decree, one sealed by grace. Think of it this way. Your soul is like a royal document. Every false label is an unauthorized annotation scribbled by the enemy, meant to distort the message. But the king is taking his pen again, crossing out every false word and rewriting your true identity in gold ink. Where it once said rejected, it now says redeemed. Where it said broken, it now says beloved. Where it said forgotten, it now reads favored, beloved, chosen one. Even your own voice has joined in labeling yourself. You've said, I'll never change. You've said, I'm just not good enough. Those self-spoken words have echoed longer than you realize. But heaven never repeats your despair. It always contradicts it. Where you say, I can't, God says, I already equipped you. Where you whisper, I'm alone, heaven replies, I am with you always. Breaking false labels is not about denial, it's about deliverance. It's not pretending the pain didn't happen, it's reclaiming authority over what it means. The world may call your scars evidence of weakness, but heaven calls them the ink of testimony. The world may see a survivor, heaven sees a resurrected one. Every label the world meant to confine you, heaven transforms into a platform. You will notice, beloved, that as you shed these false words, your environment may resist. People who benefited from your silence might not recognize your strength. Those who built comfort around your compliance will struggle with your confidence. But do not retreat to make them comfortable. You were never created to be contained. You were created to carry revelation. Breaking labels can feel like breaking skin. The words that once covered, you leave tender places behind. But healing follows honesty. As truth seeps in, the wounds of false identity begin to close. And soon, what once hurt becomes holy ground. You will stand on the same places that once broke you, but this time as one who knows their name. Beloved, hear this clearly. God has already renamed you. You may not have heard it yet, but your spirit knows it by instinct. It vibrates whenever heaven calls you forward. That stirring, that sudden courage that rises out of nowhere, it's the echo of your true name trying to break through. Walk with assurance. Chosen one, you are not trying to become someone new. You are remembering who you've always been. The false names are falling off like old leaves. The tree doesn't weep when leaves fall. It knows spring is coming. The shedding is part of the cycle of revelation. When God gives you a new name, it carries new authority. Abram became Abraham, and nations followed. Sarai became Sarah, and wombs opened. Jacob became Israel, and destiny unfolded. Likewise, your name shift signifies atmosphere shift. Heaven calls, and the earth must respond. So breathe deeply. You are being rewritten. The words that once wounded you are losing their hold. The power they carried dissolves in the presence of truth. You are free. Beloved, not partially, but completely. Every false label has expired. Every wrong identity has been cancelled. From this moment on, walk with your head lifted high. The crown that once felt heavy will now fit perfectly. You don't need to explain your change to anyone. Your peace will be explanation enough. You are not who the world called you. You are who heaven has chosen you to be. And that name will echo into eternity. Chosen one. Now that you have begun shedding the false labels that were stitched into your being, you are finally ready to understand the deeper truth of your lineage. The world told you that you were random, that your life began and will end within the limits of time. But heaven has been whispering otherwise. You are not a coincidence. You are continuation. You carry within you an ancestral code, a divine strand of purpose woven through generations. Your existence is not a new story, but a chapter in an ancient covenant. You were born into a family line for reasons that surpass blood. Even your placement where you were born, who raised you, who hurt you, who helped you was not without reason. Your lineage is not simply a series of names and faces. It is a library of spiritual blueprints. Some carry patterns of pain, others carry mantles of purpose. Both are vital, because heaven often hides revelation in the very places we wish to forget. As was spoken in the sacred texts of old, the book of Exodus, chapter 3, verse 6, declares, I am the God of your father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. When God introduced himself to Moses, he identified through lineage, not title. That was not repetition, it was revelation. He was saying, I am the God who continues through generations, the one whose promises never expire. That same continuity runs through you. You have felt the pull of patterns, haven't you? The repetition of struggle, the déjà vu of pain, the unspoken habits that run through families like invisible rivers. These are not just psychological loops, they are spiritual imprints. Some carry blessing, others bear battle. But you, chosen one, have been born as a breaker of cycles. What began before you will end through you. The enemy has studied your bloodline for generations. He knows which buttons to press, which weaknesses to exploit, which fears to repeat. But heaven has chosen you to rewrite the story. Where your ancestors bowed to fear, you will stand in faith. Where they were silenced, you will speak. Where they were bound, you will walk free. The war you feel within yourself is not always personal, it's generational. Yet the authority resting on your name is greater than the weight of every curse combined. Beloved, Imagine your life as a bridge, one side rooted in what came before you, the other reaching into what will follow. You are the crossing point between history and destiny. The choices you make now echo forward. When you choose truth, you liberate not only yourself, but also those who will come after. You are rewriting the DNA of destiny. This is why your sensitivity is not weakness, it's inheritance. You feel more deeply because you were designed to detect what others ignore. You discern not just for yourself, but for your bloodline. When your heart breaks and your spirit groans, sometimes it is not only for your pain, it is intercession for what your family never healed from. You are heaven's answer to centuries of silence. There are blessings in your lineage too, holy traits passed down through faith, endurance, and love. Maybe your grandmother prayed when no one else believed. Maybe your father forgave when he had every reason to hate. Maybe your ancestor chose mercy in a world that offered only vengeance. Those moments became seeds, and you are the fruit. Every act of righteousness that came before you has paved a way for your steps today. Beloved, your assignment is not to reject your past, but to redeem it. The same blood that carried pain also carries promise. When you heal generations backward and forward. Your obedience becomes a chain reaction of freedom. You are not just breaking cycles, you are birthing blessings. Understand this: generational patterns are not broken through denial, but through recognition. You must see them clearly, name them, and then surrender them to God. If pride silenced your fathers, humility must rise in you. If fear paralyzed your mothers, courage must awaken in you. If bitterness divided your family, forgiveness must begin with you. This is how heaven restores lineage, through willing hearts who dare to say, "It ends here." And as you walk in awareness, you may start to feel the presence of those who came before, not as ghosts, but as witnesses. The Bible calls them a great cloud of witnesses, cheering you onward. Their hopes ride on your obedience. Their unfinished dreams find completion in your courage. Heaven is watching, but so are your ancestors, whispering, "Run your race. Finish what we began." This awareness is both humbling and empowering. You are not small. You are continuation. You are not an isolated moment. You are legacy in motion. The same God who guided Abraham through deserts, who carried Ruth through loss, who anointed David in obscurity, now walks with you through modern wilderness. His patterns do not fade with time. They evolve through generations willing to listen. Beloved, you carry keys to open what has been locked in your lineage for centuries. Some doors will creak as they open doors of creativity, wisdom, and spiritual authority long buried beneath fear. As you step into remembrance, the sound of those hinges turning will echo through eternity. Heaven rejoices when one soul remembers what the family line forgot. This is why you were born in this era. The world needs repairers of the breach, those who heal the distance between what was promised and what was lost. You are that repairer. You are that bridge. The blood in your veins is not an accident, it's an assignment. So stand tall, chosen one. You walk not only with heaven behind you, but with generations standing unseen beside you. Every prayer you whisper, every act of obedience, every seed of kindness, it travels backward and forward in time, weaving restoration into the fabric of your family's story. You are the answered prayer. You are the fulfilled prophecy. You are the bridge between what was and what will be. Chosen one. After you've uncovered the ancient code within your lineage, you must now face one of the most liberating yet unsettling truths: you are not who they said you are. For years, you've worn the world's definition of you like a borrowed coat, heavy, oversized, uncomfortable, stitched by misunderstanding. You have let others name you based on their limited vision, and unknowingly, you let their version of you eclipse heaven's masterpiece. But the time of misidentification is ending. The light of revelation has come to strip away every false definition that has ever limited your becoming. You were told that you were too quiet, too intense, too emotional, too unpredictable. They said you were unrealistic, unstable, unworthy of greatness. You began to measure your potential through their doubts. But beloved, the world defines according to sight. Heaven defines according to insight. The world looks at performance. Heaven looks at purpose. The world calls ordinary what heaven calls extraordinary. As the Apostle reminds us in his letter to the Corinthians, chapter 2, verse 9, what no eye has seen, what no ear has heard, and what no human mind has conceived, the things God has prepared for those who love him. This verse shatters limitation. It reminds you that no human description can ever contain the fullness of what heaven has designed within you. The world's opinions are too small to hold the immensity of your destiny. Beloved, they misread you because you were written in a different language. The language of the Spirit cannot be translated through the vocabulary of the flesh. They mistook your discernment for moodiness, your conviction for stubbornness, your solitude for pride. They thought you were avoiding them, when you were actually answering heaven. Every misunderstanding was proof that you were operating on a higher frequency. You see, people label what they cannot comprehend. They name what they cannot control. And often, their descriptions of you reveal more about their blindness than your identity. When someone without divine sight tries to interpret a divine design, distortion is inevitable. That's why you've never fully felt seen. You weren't created to be understood by everyone. You were created to be revealed by God. Beloved, this realization can feel both empowering and lonely, because when you stop living by the world's descriptions, you lose the comfort of agreement. You will walk through seasons where silence becomes your closest friend. But solitude is not absence, it's elevation. When heaven rewrites your identity, it isolates you long enough for you to hear your real name. You may remember moments in your life when you tried to explain your vision and people laughed, when you shared your dreams and they rolled their eyes, when you took steps of faith and they called it foolishness. But those moments were never about their disbelief, they were about your training. God was teaching you to walk in obedience, even when applause turns to absence. The most dangerous prison is not made of bars but of opinions. And many have lived their entire lives trapped in someone else's definition. But you, beloved, have been called to freedom. You will no longer shape yourself to fit spaces that cannot contain your destiny. You will no longer silence your brilliance to protect their comfort. You were never meant to shrink to fit small minds. When you start walking in your authentic nature, the world will call it rebellion, but heaven calls it remembrance. You are simply becoming who you've always been, beneath the noise. You were chosen to challenge systems, to dismantle lies, to unsettle darkness by your very presence. That's why you've always felt a little too different. It was never a flaw. It was a clue. There will be moments when you doubt again, when you feel tempted to pick up old identities because they're familiar. But every time you do, remember how heavy they felt. Remember the ache of pretending. You no longer owe your old self an explanation. You owe your new self-expression. Beloved, hear this clearly. Your identity is not up for public vote. Heaven's word over you cannot be vetoed by human opinion. You are a divine contradiction, gentle yet powerful, quiet yet thunderous, unseen yet unstoppable. You were crafted by a hand that does not make mistakes. So when they say you've changed, smile. You have. You've changed alignment from human expectation to divine revelation. You've stopped trying to fit in because you finally realized you were never meant to. You were always meant to stand out. People may distance themselves when your light grows too bright. But remember, the same sun that blinds, some brings warmth to others. Don't dim your light to make the blind comfortable. Let them adjust their sight or step aside. You were not created to apologize for divine reflection. You will notice, beloved, that once you accept heaven's definition of you, peace will follow. Not the shallow peace of approval, but the deep peace of authenticity. The noise of other voices will fade into the background, and only one voice will remain, the voice that spoke you into existence. Every day, you walk in truth. You peel off another layer of falsehood. Every act of courage is a declaration that says, I refuse to be misdefined. Heaven celebrates every step you take toward your real name. Angels recognize you by that name. Darkness fears you by that name. The earth awaits you by that name. Beloved chosen one. The world has described you in many ways, but only heaven defines you. Let their labels fall like dust. Let their words fade like echoes. The only name that matters is the one God whispers when you're silent enough to hear it. Now, as you anchor this truth deep within your spirit, declare it into existence. Comment, I am seen. End quote. Type it not as an affirmation for attention, but as a spiritual confirmation. It means, I no longer live under their description. I am recognized by heaven. And that is enough. Each letter you type carries power. It's your soul's signature, echoing back to its creator. You are not who they said you are. You never were. You are who heaven says you are, and that truth will outlive every opinion. Chosen one. As the false definitions dissolve, and heaven's truth becomes your mirror, a quiet authority begins to rise in you. You feel it, don't you? That subtle yet undeniable power stirring within the sense that you are not walking alone anymore. This is not imagination, it is orchestration. Heaven has begun what I call the identity retrieval mission. Long before you recognized your calling, heaven had already deployed what the ancient texts call ministering spirits, angels, assigned to guard the blueprint of your destiny. They watched while life covered you with lies. They stood beside you when betrayal rewrote your confidence. And now, as your true identity re-emerges, they are returning the lost pieces of your divine passport. Every truth you reclaim is a page being restored. Imagine your identity as a lost manuscript. Over the years, pages were torn out, pages of confidence, hope, peace, and wonder. People took parts of your story and left blank spaces behind. But God never lost the original script. Heaven has kept the master copy safely sealed in light. Now, the author is rewriting what the world edited, restoring every missing sentence with grace. As Jesus himself declared in the Gospel of Luke, chapter 15, verse 10, there is rejoicing in the presence of the angels of God over one sinner who repents. That verse is not only about moral repentance, it's about remembrance. Every time you turn back to who you truly are, heaven celebrates. Every time you say yes to authenticity, angels rejoice. You are not simply finding yourself, you are finding your way back home. Beloved, heaven's retrieval is delicate. It doesn't arrive with noise, but with nudges. A thought that feels like memory. A coincidence that feels like confirmation. A word that pierces deeper than sound. That's how heaven speaks through timing, through synchronicity, through whispers that turn into direction. You might notice small things aligning lately, a conversation that affirms your calling, a door opening that once was sealed, an idea reappearing after years of silence. These are not accidents, they are recovery signals. Heaven is piecing together what pain disassembled. Think of yourself as a vessel washed ashore after a long voyage. The waves that once threatened to drown you have carried you back to destiny. Every scar is a story. Every crack, an entry point for light. You are being refurbished by grace. The salt of tears has polished your edges until you shine again. Heaven doesn't discard broken vessels, it displays them as miracles of endurance. And, beloved, this mission of retrieval is not meant to end with you. When you share your restoration, you become a living lighthouse. Someone else wandering in fog will catch your light and find their way home too. When you share this message, it isn't mere content, it is a ripple in eternity. A voice saying, I found my way back. You can too. And that's why I invite you, sincerely and humbly, to help carry this light further. Every like, every share, every subscription is not about numbers, it's about souls. You might never know who needed to hear this today. A single parent scrolling through pain, a weary dreamer ready to give up, a forgotten heart waiting for reminder. Your engagement becomes the bridge between their despair and heaven's whisper. And for those who feel stirred to go deeper, to keep this light alive in a world dimmed by noise, your giving becomes sacred fuel. Consider it like pouring oil into a lamp. The flame you nourish here doesn't stay confined to a screen. It travels across hearts and borders. When you donate, you're not supporting a message, you're sustaining a movement of remembrance. It's not charity, it's collaboration with heaven. Beloved, giving is not measured by amount, but by alignment. When a seed falls into good soil, it doesn't just grow, it multiplies. Every contribution you make, no matter how simple, echoes forward into the lives it touches. Heaven sees the silent givers as builders of unseen altars. You may never see the faces your generosity restores, but heaven will show you someday the trail of healed souls marked with your fingerprints of light. If you've ever looked at your own life and wondered, does my part even matter? This is your answer. Yes, it does. Every act of support keeps the flame burning. Every gesture of faith keeps the mission alive. Now take a moment, chosen one, to reflect on how far you've come. You have walked through storms, seen your identity stripped, and yet here you are, whole and radiant, again. Heaven has retrieved what hell tried to erase. Your scars have become your scrolls. Your pain, your prophecy. Your journey, your testimony. You are evidence that recovery is possible, that lost purpose can be found again. Think of your life as a tree in early spring. For a season, it seemed lifeless, barren branches against cold skies. But beneath the soil, roots were preparing for rebirth. Now the first leaves appear, small but undeniable. That's where you are right now, in the blooming stage of restoration. You are not behind, you are right on time. You are not broken beyond repair, you are being rebuilt in brilliance. You are not forgotten, you are found. And this time, the world will see you not through filters of fear, but through the lens of heaven's truth. Beloved, never underestimate what your light can do. The candle you light here can ignite 1,000 others. So like, share, subscribe. Yes, do it, but not for me. Do it for the one who hasn't yet remembered their name. Do it for the souls still reaching through darkness. Do it as worship, as witness, as a quiet act of obedience. And if you feel the nudge to give, do it from joy, not pressure. Give because you've been found. Give because you've been lit again. Give because the flame that restored you deserves to keep burning. Heaven rejoices when one soul remembers. And today, that soul is you, chosen one. The deeper you walk into remembrance, the more you begin to recognize that your life has never been random. Every twist, every disappointment, every detour has been part of an invisible design. What once felt like delay was direction. What seemed like loss was actually relocation. Heaven has never been absent, it has only been patient. You have wondered why certain patterns keep repeating, why some chapters of your life seem to circle back. But repetition in heaven's language is refinement. Each return brings revelation you were not ready for before. Every season you thought you wasted was actually a rehearsal for mastery. The lessons that broke you in one chapter now build you in the next. The Apostle Paul reminds us in the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 28. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. That word all includes the pain, the confusion, the rejection, and even the silence. Heaven wastes nothing. Every fragment of your story has purpose embedded within it. Beloved, remember the times you thought you were being punished, when everything you touched seemed to crumble. Those were not judgments, they were recalibrations. God was not taking from you. He was untangling you from what could not go with you. You prayed for peace, and heaven answered by removing the people and places that disrupted it. You cried for clarity, and heaven allowed endings that forced you to see truth. Pain was not proof of abandonment, it was evidence of alignment. There is a rhythm to divine timing. We often imagine destiny as a straight path, but heaven works through spirals. You keep meeting versions of the same lesson at higher altitudes. Every time you say yes to growth, the circle widens and the view expands. You are not going in circles. You are climbing a staircase disguised as one. Beloved, it's easy to love God when the plan makes sense, but faith matures in confusion. True trust begins when explanation ends. You are learning to walk not by sight, but by spiritual instinct, to move when heaven whispers, to stay when it's silent, to rest when nothing seems to be happening. This is not stagnation, it is strategy. Think of a seed buried underground. From the surface, it looks lifeless, motionless, forgotten. But beneath the soil, transformation is taking place. The shell must break for life to emerge. The seed does not fight the darkness, it surrenders to it. Knowing that growth often feels like burial, you, beloved, have been in that same process. The darkness that scared you was never your enemy. It was your womb. There were moments when you felt unseen, unheard, unnoticed. You wondered if heaven forgot your address. Yet, the same God who hides you also hones you. Hidden seasons are sacred. They strip away distractions, silence external noise, and train you to hear the still, small voice within. Obscurity is not rejection, it is refinement. Beloved, I need you to understand something. Greatness is not born on platforms, it is born in pressure. Before David ever held a crown, he fought lions in private fields. Before Esther ever wore a royal robe, she fasted in silence. Before Jesus began his public ministry, he endured 40 days of isolation. Every elevation requires incubation, and you, too, have been in incubation, being shaped for something your current environment could never have prepared you for. Do not despise the process. Every delay is a detail, every detour, a direction, every disappointment, a divinere route. The hands of heaven are far more precise than your impatience. When the timing feels slow, it is because the foundation must be strong enough to hold the weight of your calling. You are not being delayed, you are being deepened. There will come a day when what once confused you will make perfect sense. The tears that blurred your vision will become the water that nourished your growth. The people who walked away were never meant to stay through this version of your evolution. You will thank God for the doors that never opened because they were only entrances to limitation. Beloved, release the need to understand everything now. Understanding is a harvest that comes after obedience. Right now, your only task is trust. Every why will eventually meet its because. For now, it is enough to know that you are still in the hands of the one who wrote your story before the world began. When you look back at the mosaic of your journey, you will see that what you called chaos was actually choreography. Every heartbreak, every silence, every victory, they form a pattern too precise to be coincidence. The painter never wastes color. The composer never wastes sound, and the potter never wastes clay. You are still in his hands. Beloved, you are the vessel he is shaping, the artwork he is finishing, the song he is still writing. You may not yet see the beauty of the design, but heaven does. And one day, when the masterpiece is unveiled, you will understand that every fracture had function, every delay had meaning, and every unanswered prayer had redirection written within it. So, breathe. Rest in the knowing that nothing has been wasted, not the pain, not the process, not the waiting. Heaven has been building something through it all, a resilience that cannot be stolen, a wisdom that cannot be taught, a peace that cannot be shaken. Beloved chosen one, your story is still unfolding. Don't rush the author. Each page is sacred. Each pause is purposeful. And when the final chapter of this season turns, you will realize that heaven was never late. It was always on time. Chosen one, As the layers of revelation unfold, heaven begins to unveil the truth that your current season is not punishment, it is exposure. Things long hidden beneath your surface are rising to light. Not to shame you, but to shape you. The pain you feel now is not the end of your story. It is the pressure of truth breaking through. For too long, your spirit has carried things that never belonged there. Old fears, false promises, silent vows made in moments of hurt. Heaven is exposing them so you can finally breathe without weight. Exposure is never comfortable. It feels like standing in bright sunlight after living too long in shadows. You squint, you flinch, you feel vulnerable. But light doesn't come to humiliate, it comes to heal. When God begins to uncover what has been concealed, it is a sign of love, not wrath. The enemy hides things to enslave you. Heaven reveals things to free you. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms, chapter 139, verse 23. Search me, God, and know my heart. Test me and know my anxious thoughts. It is a dangerous prayer, but a holy one, because when you ask heaven to search you, the Spirit begins to rearrange what has been gathering dust inside. He shines His light on the corners of your soul that have been quietly cluttered by fear and self-protection. Beloved, exposure often begins with discomfort. Old emotions resurface. Long-forgotten memories knock on the door of your mind, and behaviors you thought were harmless suddenly feel heavy. That is not regression, that is revelation. The Spirit is pulling roots from soil so you can bear new fruit. Healing is messy before it's beautiful. When a wound is cleaned, it stings, but only because infection is leaving. You may wonder, why now? Because heaven knows the exact moment your heart can handle the truth. God never exposes to embarrass. He exposes to empower. Every revelation comes with redemption waiting beside it. When He brings something to light, He also provides the grace to face it. Nothing that is revealed is meant to destroy you. It's meant to release you. Beloved, think of yourself as a house filled with rooms. Some are open and bright. Others are locked and dark. For years, you have allowed only certain rooms to be seen: your kindness, your service, your strength. But there are rooms you've kept closed, the ones filled with disappointment, secret fear, hidden shame. Heaven is now turning the handle. The doors creak open, light floods in, and suddenly you see both the dust and the beauty inside. This is exposure. It is divine cleaning. You may cry in this season more than usual. You may feel tender, sensitive, even undone. That is the soul adjusting to truth. What once felt buried is now surfacing to be transformed. You cannot heal what you continue to hide. So heaven keeps whispering, "Let me in." Beloved, exposure is not always about sin. Sometimes it's about self. It's the moment you realize you've been living below your potential, that you've settled for survival when you were meant to soar. It's when heaven shows you the gap between who you've been and who you could be, not to shame you, but to invite you higher. The hardest exposure is when God reveals how small our faith has become. We say we trust Him, yet our hearts still panic when the plan shifts. But even that revelation is mercy. It's His way of enlarging our capacity to believe. When He exposes unbelief, He's not condemning us. He's offering us the chance to step closer, to lean deeper, to see Him as He really is. Beloved, The beauty of exposure is that it leads to authenticity. When the pretending stops, peace begins. You no longer have to manage masks or maintain illusions. You can finally be seen as you truly are, flawed. Yes, but free. The world teaches you to hide weakness. Heaven teaches you to bring it into light. Because in the kingdom, exposure is elevation. Only what's revealed can be redeemed. Do you feel that stirring within, the quiet courage to face what's being uncovered? That's the Spirit strengthening you. Heaven is not asking you to fix yourself. It's asking you to surrender yourself. The light that exposes also transforms. What once terrified you to face will soon testify through you. Beloved, understand this. Your exposure season is actually an acceleration season. What you confront now will no longer control you later. What you release now will make space for what's next. When God cleans house, it's because He intends to fill it. The emptiness you feel is not loss, it's preparation. So if it feels like everything is being revealed at once, breathe. You are not unraveling. You are unfolding. The truth is setting you free in layers. The pain of exposure is temporary, but the freedom that follows will be eternal. One day soon, you'll look back on this season and realize it was the most loving thing heaven could have done for you. You'll see that every tear was a cleansing, every confession a doorway, every revelation a gift. You will thank God for the exposure that saved you from living your entire life, half known, half healed, half alive. Beloved, chosen one. Let the light do its work. Do not resist it. Do not hide from it. The same light that reveals the cracks is the light that will fill them with gold. You are being refined, not rejected. The fire that feels like judgment is actually mercy burning away the lies. And when you emerge, shining and unashamed, the world will see the reflection of heaven in your eyes. That is what exposure does. It makes you luminous. Now, to seal this moment of unveiling, let your spirit speak back to heaven. Comment the number 555 below. Let it mean, I am ready for truth. I welcome exposure that leads to freedom. This number, to you, is not superstition, it is surrender. It is a declaration that you will no longer live hidden in the shadows of fear, but will step boldly into the light that loves you enough to tell the truth. Chosen one. When the light of truth has finished its gentle yet relentless work of exposure, there comes a sacred stillness, a pause between what was hidden and what will soon be revealed. It is here, in this quiet space of surrender, that heaven prepares you for the renaming. You have walked through breaking and unveiling. Now comes the moment of divine identification. For so long, you have answered to names that never belonged to you. Some were spoken by others, words meant to wound or limit. Some you whispered to yourself in weakness. Others were inherited through pain, carried unconsciously from generation to generation. But heaven has always had another name waiting, a name that carries not only recognition but revelation. When heaven names you, it doesn't merely call you something different, it calls you into something greater. Every new name throughout Scripture carried new assignment, new authority, new atmosphere. Abram became Abraham, the father of nations. Sarai became Sarah, the mother of promise. Simon became Peter, the rock of revelation. Saul became Paul, the carrier of grace. Each renaming was a celestial transaction where identity aligned with destiny. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Isaiah, chapter 43, verse 1. Do not fear, for I have redeemed you. I have summoned you by name. You are mine. This is not simply reassurance, it is restoration. The moment God calls your name, fear loses jurisdiction. The power of the old identity dissolves, and a divine ownership is declared over your life. There will be tension in this transformation. Your old identity will try to cling, like a shadow that doesn't yet understand. The sun has risen. You might feel the pull of familiar fears or the echo of old doubts. But those voices belong to yesterday. Your spirit is already standing in tomorrow. The name Heaven Speaks is pulling you forward into alignment. Beloved, every time God renames, He also reframes. He changes how you see yourself, how you speak about yourself, how you approach your purpose. The old label may have defined what you survived, but the new one defines why you were saved. The world might remember your mistakes, but heaven only remembers your mission. Think of the moment when Jesus asked His disciples, "Who do you say I am?" It wasn't because He needed affirmation, it was because revelation always precedes renaming. The same question echoes now, not from heaven to you, but from your soul to itself. Who do you say you are? Until you can answer that in alignment with God's truth, the world will keep offering substitutes. Beloved, you will know your true name by its resonance. It won't inflate your ego, it will awaken your purpose. When heaven speaks it, something in you will settle. Peace will rush in where striving once lived. You won't have to force it. It will simply fit, like a garment tailored in eternity. It will rest on you with ease. This new name is not about erasing your past, it's about redeeming it. Every scar becomes part of the signature. Every failure turns into a syllable of the name. What once embarrassed you will empower you, because the new name doesn't ignore the old, it transforms it into testimony. There will come a moment when heaven will confirm your renaming through circumstances. You'll see signs, people addressing you in new ways, opportunities aligning with what you carry, even the tone of your inner dialogue shifting. This is heaven's way of saying, it is done. The name is not just spoken, it is sealed. Beloved, do not fear the transition. The renaming may separate you from those who only knew your old version. Some will insist on calling you by yesterday's name, because your evolution exposes their comfort. But you cannot return to what heaven has already renamed. The butterfly does not apologize for no longer being a caterpillar. The renaming is also a commissioning. Heaven does not call you without also sending you. The moment you hear your true name, responsibility comes with it. New authority requires new alignment. The same voice that whispered, "Beloved," now whispers, "Builder, Restorer, Healer, Messenger." Each identity carries a divine assignment. Beloved, chosen one. This is why the journey had to take this long. You could not carry this name before you understood its weight. If heaven had spoken it too soon, you might have worn it as decoration rather than declaration. But now, after storms and silences, your heart is finally mature enough to bear its sound. When God names you, creation responds. The elements know your name. Favor begins to recognize you. Even time itself starts to bend in your favor. The world may not yet see what heaven is calling, but soon, everything around you will have to adjust. And you, beloved, must begin to speak your new name, not boastfully, but boldly. You must practice hearing it until it feels natural. Speak it over your mornings, your work, your prayer, your reflection. Speak it over your family, your dreams, your atmosphere, because every time you call yourself by heaven's name, darkness loses another foothold. Soon, your life will begin to mirror that name. What was once hard will flow. What was once confusing will clarify. What was once delayed will accelerate. Heaven's vocabulary is creative. It shapes reality. When God says, "Light be," light appears. When He says, "You are mine," everything that is not of Him begins to fall away. Beloved, chosen one, the renaming is not coming, it has begun. The sound has already been released in the Spirit. You are standing between the echo and the manifestation. Be still long enough to hear it. And when you do, let it redefine everything. You are not what you were. You are what heaven has declared. Chosen one. When heaven gives you a new name, it does not erase the past. It reinterprets it. The scars, the memories, the disappointments, even the betrayals begin to reveal their hidden purpose. You start to realize that nothing was wasted. Every loss was a lesson. Every wound became a doorway. Every pain became part of your preparation. What once felt like punishment now begins to look like process. The greatest mystery of divine identity is that it cannot be separated from divine suffering. Glory and pain are woven together like threads in a single fabric. One reveals the strength of the other. What you endured did not diminish you. It defined you. Every storm taught your spirit how to stand. Every heartbreak trained your heart how to hold compassion without breaking again. According to what is revealed in the book of Romans, chapter 5, verse 3-4, we also glory in our sufferings, because we know that suffering produces perseverance, character, and character, hope. That verse is not an abstract truth. It is a mirror of your journey. You have lived these words. The tears that once felt meaningless have become the currency of your growth. Beloved, when you look back, you will see a divine pattern hidden in every pain. The betrayal that broke your trust made space for discernment. The rejection that silenced you taught you the value of your own voice. The loss that shattered your confidence opened your eyes to a deeper kind of faith. What you thought was destruction was actually construction in disguise. The world calls pain a curse, but heaven calls it a classroom. You sat in the quietest seats alone with your sorrow, and that was where heaven became your teacher. There were lessons you could not have learned through blessings alone. The fire you walked through burned away illusions until only truth remained. You emerged not bitter, but brighter. Beloved, think of gold refined in flame. It does not curse the fire that purifies it. It yields, knowing that the heat reveals its worth. So too have you been refined. Every trial stripped away something that could not follow you into destiny: fear, pride, dependency, doubt. The pain was purposeful because purity has a price. You may still feel the sting of old wounds, the ache of memories that whisper, "Why did it have to happen this way?" But one day soon, you will thank the pain that trained you. You will bless the storm that built you. You will realize that survival was never the goal. Transformation was. The pain that shaped you also gave you eyes for others. Those who have walked through fire carry a light that comforts those still burning. You now carry empathy that cannot be faked, wisdom that cannot be taught, and strength that cannot be broken. The very thing that hurt you the most has become your greatest ministry. Beloved, the enemy hoped your pain would silence you. He wanted your story to stay buried beneath shame. But heaven is turning that same pain into your platform. The wound that once wept now speaks. It tells others, if I made it through, so can you. You are not a victim of your story. You are the voice that redeems it. Every great calling carries the weight of suffering. Moses wandered before leading. Joseph was imprisoned before being enthroned. Ruth lost before she was found. Even Christ himself carried a cross before wearing a crown. Your pain does not disqualify you. It qualifies you. It proves that you can carry the glory that follows obedience. Beloved, the strength you now possess did not come cheaply. You paid for it with nights of wrestling, with prayers whispered through tears, with faith that refused to die even when hope felt buried. Those moments built something eternal within you. Heaven calls it endurance, and endurance, beloved, is not mere survival, it is sacred stamina. It's the ability to keep walking when visibility ends, to keep trusting when logic fails, to keep loving when your heart feels empty. Endurance is what separates those who believe from those who become. You did not just believe in destiny, you stayed long enough to live it. Look at yourself now. The person reading these words is not the same person who began this journey. There is a depth in your eyes that only fire could give. There is a calm in your spirit that only storms could teach. You have become something indestructible, something that hell itself could not erase. And though you still carry tenderness, it is no longer weakness. It is evidence of refinement. Your heart has been remade to hold both compassion and conviction. You can love without losing yourself now. You can forgive without forgetting the lesson. That balance is divine craftsmanship. Beloved, chosen one, your pain has birthed purpose. You are walking proof that what was meant to destroy you has become the very foundation of your strength. The suffering you endured has transformed into authority, spiritual authority that does not come from titles or positions, but from scars that speak louder than sermons. Do not hide those scars. They are sacred marks of covenant. Each one is a reminder that you survived what others did not, that heaven carried you through what should have consumed you. They are not signs of weakness, they are signatures of grace. You are stronger than you think, softer than you realize, and more radiant than you know. The fire did not change who you are. It revealed who you've always been. And now, beloved, as you continue walking forward, remember, pain does not end your story. It amplifies it. The flame that once threatened to consume you now illuminates your path. The ashes beneath your feet are proof that you have already walked through what others still fear to face. Your life is no longer defined by what happened to you, but by what heaven is doing through you. Every memory has meaning now. Every scar has song. Every tear has testimony. You are not the same. You are transformed. You are refined. You are chosen, and you are ready. Chosen one. As you emerge from the fire refined and radiant, heaven whispers again, now, reclaim what was stolen. The world took your papers, your spiritual identification, your divine documentation, and scattered them in the winds of pain and misunderstanding. But the same wind that carried them away is now carrying them back. You are entering the season of reclamation. What was once lost, peace, joy, courage, confidence, creativity, clarity. Heaven is returning, like royal documents rediscovered in an ancient archive. Your divine identity is being reissued with greater authority. You are not just being restored, you are being reinstated. The seal of heaven has been pressed onto your name again. As the Word of God declares in the book of Joel, chapter 2, verse 25, I will restore to you the years that the locust has eaten. That promise is not metaphorical, it is literal in the spirit. Every wasted season, every silent year, every stolen opportunity is being redeemed in this hour. What you thought time erased, heaven remembers. Beloved, imagine a king retrieving the royal seal that had been misplaced. The wax melts again. The imprint is pressed again, and the decree becomes official once more. That's what is happening with your life right now. You are reclaiming your divine papers, your right to peace, your access to joy, your authority to speak light into darkness. You may not realize it, but the world has been waiting for your restoration. There are people whose breakthroughs are tied to your return. There are destinies that cannot move forward until you step fully into yours. When you rise, others will remember their own crowns. You were never just chosen for yourself, you were chosen for the ripple your obedience creates. Beloved, think of yourself as a lighthouse newly restored. For years, waves battered its walls, storms dimmed its flame, and time eroded its stones. But now the keeper has returned. The lens is polished, the flame rekindled. Ships lost at sea will once again find direction because your light stands again. That is the beauty of divine restoration. It blesses more than just the one restored. Heaven has always been generous in this way. When it lifts you, it lifts through you. That is why sharing your light matters. Every like, every share, every subscription, every comment, it's not a performance, it's participation. When you share this message, you're not promoting content, you're extending covenant. You're saying, let others find what I have found. Beloved, when you interact with this word, you are amplifying light. You become a vessel that carries awakening into someone else's timeline. Perhaps someone who's sitting in silence right now, wondering if God still remembers them. When they hear your echo, their heart will stir. A small act, clicking share, typing a comment, inviting others to listen, becomes a seed of deliverance in another soul's soil. And if your heart feels stirred to sow, to donate, to support, to pour oil into this lamp that is carrying light into dark places, know this: giving is sacred echo. When you give, you tell heaven, use me as a channel. Every seed you sow becomes part of heaven's distribution network. You may never see the faces that receive it, but heaven counts every act as worship. Think of it like this: rivers do not keep the water they carry. They flow, feeding fields and cities along their path. Your generosity works the same. You may think your contribution is small, but once it flows through heaven's economy, it multiplies. One seed can become a forest. One donation can become dozens of voices remembering who they are. You are not just donating, you are declaring that the flame must keep burning. Every bit of support, whether through giving or engagement, keeps this message reaching those who need to hear it at the very edge of their hope. It is partnership, not transaction. Together, we keep the fire alive. Beloved, This isn't about building platforms, it's about building altars. Altars where the weary find warmth, where forgotten hearts remember their worth, where broken spirits rediscover belonging. When you engage, you're laying another stone on that altar. When you support, you're adding fuel to the flame. When you share, you're inviting others to stand in the light that once saved you. But even if you do nothing else, know this: heaven is still restoring you. The hands that molded stars now hold the fragments of your identity, fitting them together with divine precision. Every piece returns in perfect order. What once seemed shattered beyond repair is now becoming the most exquisite mosaic, a story only heaven could craft. Beloved, the paper of destiny in your hand is no longer blank. Words are reappearing, words written in light and sealed in blood. It reads, restored, redeemed, recommissioned. That is who you are now. No longer the one waiting for permission, you are the one heaven has already approved. And yet, restoration carries responsibility. When God returns what was lost, He expects stewardship. You cannot carry your reclaimed identity carelessly. Guard your peace like treasure. Protect your joy like holy ground. Speak your truth like flame, not weapon. You have been trusted with a second wind. Use it to breathe life, not bitterness. Beloved chosen one, what was taken from you is returning with interest. You will recognize it not by its form, but by its fruit. The relationships coming back will be deeper, the opportunities richer, the peace more rooted. Heaven never restores to original condition, it restores to divine completion. The time of famine is finished. The drought of hope is over. You are standing in the harvest of remembrance, the field of restoration, the dawn of divine return. So rise now, not as the broken one who survived, but as the crowned one who remembers. You are the keeper of restored light, the bearer of reclaimed authority, the witness of heaven's mercy in motion. And as you move forward, never forget, restoration is contagious. When others see you whole again, they will remember that wholeness is still possible. Your story becomes their permission to believe again. That, beloved, is the true power of reclamation. You do not just get back what was lost, you become the sign that loss was never final. So, keep shining, keep speaking, keep sharing, keep giving, keep becoming, because the flame that restored you is meant to set the world alight. Chosen one, when you reclaim what was stolen and rise again in restored authority, heaven reveals the truth that not every shadow in your story came to destroy you. Some shadows were permitted to shape you. There has been an unseen assignment following your light since the day you were born, a shadow assignment, not of your choosing, but of your calling. The same way, light cannot exist without shadow. Destiny cannot mature without opposition. From the moment your divine identity was recorded in heaven, a counterforce was awakened in the unseen realm. It is not coincidence that struggle seems to track your steps. The greater the calling, the greater the conflict. But beloved, hear this carefully. The presence of opposition does not mean you are off course. It means you are on the right one. The voice of God thundered in the book of Exodus, chapter 14, verse 13. Do not be afraid. Stand firm, and you will see the deliverance the Lord will bring you today. These were not words for comfort alone. They were commands for perspective. Even when the sea is closed and the enemy presses behind, heaven says, Stand, because the shadow that follows you cannot overtake what has been ordained. Beloved, understand this. Every light draws both seekers and shadows. The same radiance that attracts divine favor also stirs resistance from darkness. When the enemy cannot kill your purpose, he tries to counterfeit it. He mimics your gifts, mirrors your voice, multiplies distractions that resemble divine opportunity. That is the essence of the shadow assignment it imitates, calling to drain focus. It echoes promise to confuse direction. You have seen this, haven't you? Doors that look divine until they demanded your peace as payment. Friendships that sparkled like destiny until they started feeding doubt. Opportunities that glittered like gold but turned to dust when touched. These were not failures, they were revelations. They exposed the difference between what is sent by God and what is sent after God moves. The shadow assignment is cunning. It whispers urgency, pressure, and self-promotion. It feeds on exhaustion and impatience. When heaven calls you to move through stillness, the shadow tells you to act in panic. When heaven says, wait, the shadow screams, you're missing out. When heaven leads through peace, the shadow drives through fear. Beloved, discernment becomes your shield in such seasons. You cannot fight shadows with force, you defeat them with focus. Darkness has no substance of its own. It exists only where light is blocked. The moment you align again with truth, the shadow loses definition. That is why clarity is your greatest weapon. There have been times when you mistook opposition for punishment. You cried, "Why does this always happen to me?" But what if the warfare was proof that heaven was training you in awareness? Each time the counterfeit appeared, you learned to distinguish authenticity. Each time the distraction called your name, you strengthened your ability to listen for God's tone. The shadow has become your teacher without realizing it. Beloved, nothing tests purity like imitation. The enemy's strategy is not always destruction. Sometimes it's dilution. He doesn't always need you to fall, just to fade. But heaven never designed you to dim. The very moments when you feel your faith flickering are invitations to refocus your flame. You may ask, why must light attract opposition at all? Because revelation must be proven in resistance. It is through confrontation that conviction becomes unshakable. Without shadow, light remains theory. With shadow, it becomes testimony. Every challenge you've faced has carved conviction deeper into your spirit. You now know the difference between borrowed faith and embodied truth. Beloved, even Jesus faced shadow assignments. Temptation offered him power without process, glory without the cross, crowns without obedience. Yet he answered not with argument, but with alignment. It is written, that was his focus, Scripture. Truth, authority. You carry that same strategy. You do not need to shout at shadows. You only need to shine steadily. Light, by nature, exposes imitation without effort. In your life, the shadow assignment has often disguised itself as exhaustion, confusion, and comparison. It tells you you're behind. You're not enough. You've missed your moment. It pushes you to prove rather than to be. But beloved, identity doesn't perform, it radiates. You never need to fight to be seen, only to remain aligned. Each shadow encounter you've survived has strengthened your discernment. You now recognize manipulation disguised as mentorship, validation disguised as love, compromise disguised as opportunity. That is maturity. That is mastery. You are no longer swayed by every wind that blows. You have become anchored light. The enemy fears that. He fears your calm. He fears your clarity. He fears that you've realized that shadows only follow those who carry light. The fact that you are being opposed is confirmation that you are glowing in the right direction. Beloved, what once scared you will soon serve you. The shadow's pursuit will become proof of your influence. The darkness trailing behind you will testify to how far your light now reaches. And the very places where you once stumbled will become your stage for wisdom. This is not arrogance, it's awareness. The more you understand your authority, the less intimidated you become by imitation. You begin to see the dance between shadow and light, not as battle, but as balance. The existence of the shadow merely highlights the brightness of the flame. So walk forward. Chosen one, without fear. Let the shadow follow, if it must. Your focus is forward. The path ahead will not always be clear, but clarity grows with each obedient step. The light before you is enough for the next stride. You don't need to see the whole horizon to keep moving. You just need to trust the glow at your feet. You are learning what many never discover. Opposition is not always obstruction. Sometimes it is orientation. The pressure that surrounds you is not closing in, it's pushing you into precision. Every challenge has been heaven's way of fine-tuning your discernment until your vision became unblurred. Beloved, your journey proves that the presence of shadow is not the absence of light, it is the announcement of it. You are walking evidence that divine illumination still exists in human form. Every shadow that tried to silence you has only emphasized your shine. Keep walking, keep shining. The shadow will keep following, but it will never overcome you. Chosen one. Now that you have reclaimed your divine papers and stood firm through the test of shadow, you must understand why there were seasons of silence so deep it felt as if heaven itself had turned away. Those were not empty years, they were sacred ones. When heaven goes quiet, it is not absence, it is architecture. Silence is the sound of construction behind the veil. There is a misconception that when God seems distant, something is wrong. But beloved, the opposite is often true. The greatest revelations are prepared in the quiet chambers of hiddenness. The divine artisan does his finest work when you are still enough for his hands to shape you. The silence was not punishment, it was precision. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Habakkuk. Chapter 2, verse 3. For the vision is yet for an appointed time, though it linger. Wait for it. It will certainly come, and will not delay. This is the rhythm of divine silence. It teaches patience not as passivity but as power. Waiting is not weakness, it is warfare in disguise. It takes strength to stand when nothing seems to move. Beloved, do you remember those nights when you prayed until words ran out? The times when your tears spoke louder than your voice? Heaven heard every syllable. Silence does not mean your prayers bounced off the ceiling. It means they were received and filed under "in progress." Some answers require construction in realms unseen. Before the manifestation comes, heaven builds the foundation. Every divine promise carries a process, and the process often begins with separation. You may have noticed that in those silent seasons, certain people drifted away, opportunities posed, and familiar comforts disappeared. It wasn't rejection, it was rearrangement. Heaven removes what could interfere with precision. When God hides you, it's because exposure too early would have damaged your design. In nature, Seeds spend most of their time in silence. They break open underground, unseen and uncelebrated. No applause greets their transformation. Yet deep within, life stirs. If a seed were pulled out too soon, its potential would wither. The same is true for you. Beloved, the silence has been your soil. It has sheltered your becoming. You might ask, but why did it have to feel so lonely? Because solitude sharpens sensitivity. When every other voice quiets, you begin to recognize heaven's tone. The absence of noise becomes the amplifier of discernment. What once felt like isolation was actually initiation, the moment you stopped seeking confirmation from others and started receiving revelation from within. The world glorifies noise, constant motion, endless opinions, relentless urgency. But heaven teaches in stillness. The greatest instructions are often whispered because only the listening heart can hear them. The silence you feared has been the classroom of your transformation. Beloved, there is a holiness in the unseen years. They built muscles of endurance that public moments could never train. They taught you to walk by faith when sight offered no map. They stretched your trust until it became instinct. When others saw inactivity, heaven saw incubation. In those quiet hours, heaven was not just preparing circumstances, it was preparing you. There were gifts dormant inside, waiting for maturity to meet them. The silence softened your heart, deepened your empathy, refined your motives. Now, when the doors open, you will walk through them differently, not desperate for validation, but anchored in purpose. You have noticed that the silence eventually shifts, not dramatically, but gently like dawn creeping over a dark horizon. Suddenly, things begin to make sense. Conversations appear that confirm what you heard in prayer. Paths that were blocked begin to clear. The vision you almost gave up on starts breathing again. That moment is not random. It is heaven saying, "Now you're ready." Beloved, you must also know that divine silence doesn't mean inactivity. It means intimacy. When God seems quiet, He is closer than ever. He is not shouting because He is sitting beside you. Silence is often the sound of presence too near to need words. The same way two souls deeply connected can sit together without speaking. Heaven's love sometimes manifests in wordless nearness. Think of how a potter works. The clay does not hear constant instruction. It simply feels the hands shaping it. Pressure here, softening there, spinning always toward balance. If the clay could speak, it might call that process confusing. But when it hardens into final form, it would understand that every spin, every press, every pause was intentional. So it is with you, beloved. The silence that once unnerved you has actually built your resilience. You can now move through uncertainty without panic, through delay without despair. You have learned that heaven's timing is not measured by calendars but by readiness. The vision waits until the vessel can carry it without cracking. Soon, the silence will break not with thunder, but with clarity. You will wake up one morning and realize the weight you carried has turned into wisdom. The stillness that once scared you will now feel like sanctuary. You will no longer dread quiet moments. You will crave them, because you'll know that is where heaven's breath still lingers. Chosen one, now that you've learned to bless the silence and recognize heaven's hidden rhythm, something miraculous begins to stir. The unseen chapters of your story, those written in whispers and tears, start unfolding into revelation. It's as if a sealed scroll within your spirit has been opened. These are the hidden scrolls of you, records of everything heaven has always known about you. Long before pain rewrote your pages. For years, you've been reading from the wrong book, the one written by disappointment, misunderstanding, and fear. But now, the true scrolls of your life are being unrolled, line by line. Each word glows with purpose. Each sentence restores memory. Heaven is reintroducing you to yourself. Scripture says in the book of Revelation, chapter 10, verse 7, "In the days when the seventh angel is about to sound his trumpet, the mystery of God will be accomplished." That mystery is not only global, it's personal. The mystery of you is being completed. You are the prophecy being fulfilled in real time. Beloved, when heaven opens your scroll, things begin to align that you once thought were coincidence. Every skill you've developed, every trial you've endured, every conversation you've had begins to weave together into clarity. The puzzle pieces start forming a picture. You realize that the detours were directions in disguise. These scrolls reveal not just who you are, but why you are the specific purpose for which heaven released you into the world at this moment in history. It's no accident you were born in this generation. The same way a key is forged for a particular lock. You were designed for a particular problem, a specific darkness that your light alone can open. When the scroll opens, beloved, it may bring memories you had forgotten, dreams from childhood resurface. Desires you buried under responsibility begin to pulse again. It might feel strange, as if life is reminding you of something you once promised to become. That's because you did. Your soul made agreement with heaven long before your body took its first breath. And now, that agreement is being activated again. These memories are not nostalgia, they are navigation. Heaven uses remembrance to redirect. The visions coming alive in you are coordinates to destiny. Follow them. Even if you don't yet understand how it will all unfold, obedience will become your compass. Every step you take in faith reveals another word on the scroll. Beloved, there is power in written destiny. The scrolls of heaven do not record failure, they record fulfillment. They do not archive shame, they preserve salvation. When you align with your divine assignment, even your past mistakes start serving the mission. The ink of redemption rewrites every dark line. But be aware, when the scroll opens, the enemy grows restless. Darkness fears revelation. Confusion will try to return, trying to convince you that your calling is too grand or too late. Do not listen. The scrolls of heaven cannot be edited by hell. What God has written cannot be erased. The moment you embrace your scroll, life starts moving differently. Divine appointments replace random encounters. The right people begin to appear, not because you're seeking them, but because heaven magnetizes alignment. You stop chasing and start attracting. You stop striving and start flowing. Beloved, your true story has always been written in gold. You've simply been living in the margin notes. Heaven is now turning the page. Every word speaks identity. Every line breathes belonging. When you walk in awareness of your scroll, even ordinary days carry extraordinary meaning. You no longer move through life aimlessly. You move as one who knows they are part of a script authored by eternity. And now, beloved, heaven asks for your agreement. Because divine revelation is only fully released through human response. The scroll can open, but it must also be read aloud. You seal this moment when you acknowledge it. Comment the number 888 below. Let it mean, I align with what heaven has written. When you write that number, you are not typing digits. You are signing covenant. You are saying, I accept my scroll. I choose the divine version of my story. The number becomes symbolic of new beginnings, multiplied heaven's way of saying, the old chapter is closed, and the next one begins now. Below, chosen one. You are no longer lost in translation. The mystery of your life is unfolding, and the author himself is smiling as you finally read the words he wrote long ago. You are chosen. You are known. You are mine. Chosen one. Once your scroll is opened and the truth of your divine design begins to unfold, a new awareness awakens within you, an awareness of authority. You realize that heaven has not only called you, but has entrusted you with something precious, the ability to speak light into existence. Every chosen one carries this authority, though few ever recognize it. Authority is not noise, it is alignment. It is the power that comes when your spirit, your word, and heaven's will move as one. For most of your life, you have spoken from pain, words shaped by wounds, fears, and expectations. Those words carried power too. But power without purpose can wound as easily as it heals. Now, heaven is teaching you a higher language, the language of creation. You are learning to speak not from memory, but from mastery. Not from emotion, but from revelation. It was proclaimed in the first book of Genesis, chapter 1, verse 3. And God said, "Let there be light." And there was light. Those are not just the first recorded words, they are the first divine pattern. Creation begins when Spirit speaks. That same pattern is mirrored in you. When heaven breathed life into your lungs, it did not give you mere air, it gave you sound. Every word you speak carries a spark of that original creative fire. Beloved, this is why your voice has always been attacked. The enemy fears a chosen one who knows the weight of their words. He tries to silence through shame, to distract through fear, or to distort through anger. Because the moment you realize that your words create, you become unstoppable. You shift from victim to vessel. Authority, however, is not loud. It does not shout to be heard. True spiritual authority sounds like stillness that moves mountains. It speaks softly but echoes across realms. You have seen glimpses of it already, the way your prayers alter atmospheres, the way your peace disarms conflict, the way your presence alone can shift the energy in a room. That is not charisma, it is command. It is heaven's authority flowing through you. Beloved, understand this. The authority you carry is not ownership, it is stewardship. It is borrowed light, meant to illuminate, not dominate. Heaven lends power only to those who remain humble enough to use it for healing. The reason you were refined through pain was not to punish you, but to ensure that power would not corrupt you. You were tested to prove trustworthy. Now you stand as one who carries weight in the unseen. When you pray, things move. When you declare peace, chaos trembles. When you bless, blessings multiply. This is not exaggeration, it is law. Heaven honors alignment. When your voice matches divine intention, creation responds. Beloved, you must learn to use this power wisely. Your words are not casual, they are creative. Speak deliberately. If you call yourself weak, heaven hears permission to pause strength. If you call yourself late, you authorize delay. If you call yourself chosen, doors open to match that declaration. Life and death still dwell in the power of the tongue. And you, beloved, have been given the authority to choose which one you speak into existence each day. There will be moments when you feel unworthy of this power. That is natural. But authority is not earned through perfection. It is activated through obedience. God does not wait for flawless vessels. He empowers willing ones. When you speak, heaven translates your intention even when your words falter. Your sincerity becomes the syntax of power. Beloved, the more you understand your authority, the more responsibility will follow. You will notice that what once seemed ordinary begins to respond differently to you. People will come to you not because you seek them, but because your light attracts need. You will feel the pull to pray for strangers, to speak comfort, to guide those lost in their own shadows. Do not shrink back. This is not arrogance. It is assignment. Heaven trusts you to carry influence without losing innocence. There will also be resistance. Authority always attracts challenge. You will face moments where your words are tested, where your faith is mocked, where silence feels safer than speaking truth. But beloved, remember that every test of authority is a rehearsal for greater impact. When you stand firm, the weight of heaven stands with you. Think of a lighthouse again, its beam cutting through fog. The beam does not argue with the darkness, it simply shines. That is the essence of authority, not domination, but direction. You are a lighthouse soul, guiding without demanding, illuminating without overpowering. Your authority, beloved, is love in motion. It does not coerce, it calls. It does not control, it comforts. The highest form of power is compassion wrapped in conviction. You now carry that blend. You are both fierce and tender, steady yet soft, commanding yet compassionate. This balance is rare, and it is what makes your voice distinct. Do not underestimate what happens when you speak in alignment. Every time you pray peace over chaos, light obeys. Every time you declare healing, restoration begins. Every time you bless rather than curse, heaven multiplies that vibration across unseen distances. You are no longer merely reacting to life, you are co-authoring it. Beloved, chosen one. You were never meant to whisper from the corners of existence. You were designed to echo heaven's truth into the earth. The same spirit that hovered over waters in Genesis hovers still waiting for your voice to say, "Let there be." No, speak light, speak love, speak life, and watch as creation responds. Not because you are powerful, but because you are aligned. Your voice is no longer just sound, it is signature. Heaven recognizes it, and darkness remembers it. You are the echo of "Let there be," and wherever your words travel, light follows. Chosen one. When your voice finally learns to echo heaven's tone, creation begins to respond differently to you. The atmosphere around your life starts to shift, and where there was confusion, there is now clarity. You are no longer merely surviving life, you are shaping it with each word, each prayer, each act of faith. But remember, light that shines brightly must also be shared. A flame hidden under a bowl eventually suffocates. You were never meant to keep this illumination to yourself. As was spoken in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 14, You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden. Those words are not poetic, they are prophetic. You are that city. You are that flame. The world around you grows darker by the day. But heaven's plan has never changed. Light spreads through light bearers. And every time your light touches another, heaven expands its reach through you. Beloved, imagine a candle in a dark room. It doesn't panic about the darkness, it simply shines. But something miraculous happens when another candle draws near. The flame leaps, divides, and suddenly two lights burn where one once stood. When you share light, you don't lose it, you multiply it. That is what happens every time you like, comment, or share a message of truth. You are letting your flame leap into another heart. This isn't about algorithms or numbers, it's about resonance. You never know who is standing at the edge of their own darkness, waiting for a single spark to remind them that dawn is still possible. When you share, you could be saving a soul from surrender. Beloved, I know the online world feels noisy, crowded, and sometimes hollow. But amid the noise, heaven still speaks. These words you're reading are not random, they are rivers. And when you let those rivers flow beyond yourself through your sharing, your engagement, your encouragement, they water hearts you may never meet but whom heaven has assigned to your ripple. If these messages have brought you peace or stirred your spirit, then you have already become part of something divine. Each act of engagement, each like, each word of reflection is a signal sent upward that says, "This light matters. Keep it burning." And for those who feel deeply moved, who sense that sacred nudge in your chest to give, to support, to sow, do so with reverence, not reluctance, because giving in heaven's order is not loss, it's multiplication. It's like throwing a handful of seeds into the wind. They disappear from your sight, but bloom in places your feet may never go. When you donate, when you help sustain this flame, you're not funding a voice, you're fueling a mission. You're saying, "Let this light reach further than I ever could." You become part of a living parable, the widow who gave her small coin and moved heaven, the boy who gave his loaves and fed a multitude. Heaven multiplies what is offered in faith, not in abundance. Beloved, let me speak to your heart in simple pictures. Imagine a lighthouse battered by storms. Each donation, each prayer, each act of engagement is another stone placed to strengthen its tower. The higher it stands, the farther its beam reaches. Somewhere out on the waters of life, a soul you'll never meet is steering by that light. Or imagine a vineyard stretching toward horizon. Some plant, some water, some tend the vines. But every hand matters. Your support, your voice, your presence, your giving is part of that cultivation. Every grape pressed becomes wine that brings healing to another. Heaven sees every effort, every offering, every whisper of faith. You may think your contribution is small, but remember, rivers are born from drops. Each drop you pour in becomes part of a tide carrying restoration across hearts and nations. Beloved, never underestimate how far your reach extends when your actions align with heaven's rhythm. When you share, you invite someone else to encounter hope. When you comment, you speak agreement into the atmosphere. When you subscribe, you say to heaven, "Keep pouring revelation here." And when you give, you tell God, You can trust me with overflow. And you are not a spectator in this story. You are a builder of light. Your engagement doesn't just expand influence, it expands impact. It ensures that the message that once found you will keep finding others. The beauty of divine partnership is that heaven always multiplies what is shared in sincerity. The one who offers water will never thirst. The one who lights another's flame will never walk in darkness. So, beloved, if this message has found a home in your heart, if you felt that familiar stirring, that warmth in your chest that says, "This is for me," let that response become action. Share what you've received. Give as you are led. Stay connected. Keep the channel of light alive. Because what we nurture here together is not content, it is communion. Remember, a single candle can ignite 1,000 others and still burn just as brightly. You lose nothing by giving light. You only extend the sunrise. And long after this message ends, the echo of your engagement, the comment you left, the share you offered, the gift you gave will continue to travel through time, touching hearts you'll never know until eternity reveals them. Beloved, heaven keeps record of every flame that chooses to shine. Be that flame. Be the light on the hill. Let what healed you become what helps heal the world. Because this right here, right now, is not just a message. It is a movement of light. And you are part of it. Chosen one. The moment you begin to live as light shining, sharing, pouring, you discover a truth most never realize. The battle doesn't end when the storm passes. It begins when the light grows. You've stepped into new territory now. The very illumination you carry becomes a beacon, and while it draws the weary, it also draws resistance. Darkness notices what dares to glow. But fear not, for heaven never sends light unguarded. The ancient word in the book of Isaiah, chapter 54, verse 17, declares, "No weapon forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you." This promise isn't merely protection, it's preparation. It reminds you that being chosen doesn't make you untouchable, it makes you undefeatable. The fire may burn around you, but it cannot consume what is refined by divine design. Beloved, this is where endurance turns to authority. You're no longer being tested, you're being trusted. You have walked through the shadow, through the silence, through the restoration. Now, heaven hands you something weightier, a mantle. A mantle is not decoration, it's delegation. It means heaven is entrusting you to stand where others fell, to hold faith steady when others tremble. You are no longer only a recipient of grace, you are now its representative. You'll start to feel it in subtle ways. People will begin to confide in you. Strangers will sense peace near you without knowing why. Environments will calm when you enter. It's not coincidence, it's calling. You carry atmosphere now. You've become a carrier of the same presence that once carried you through fire. But with the mantle comes mystery. You'll notice moments where you must act in faith without applause. Speak truth that risks misunderstanding. Love people who cannot love you back. These moments will stretch your spirit. But remember, beloved, stretching never breaks what is built by God. You've been made elastic by endurance. The world will not always understand your obedience. That's because your instructions come from a frequency only discerned through surrender. Others will ask, "Why do you care so much? Why forgive again? Why give when you've already given?" But you will know, You'll sense that invisible pull, that sacred tug, that whisper saying, "Do it because it's who you are, not because it's deserved." That's how light operates. It gives because it exists. There will also be days when your flame feels dim. Fatigue will whisper, "You've done enough." But beloved, light doesn't depend on feeling, it depends on fuel. The flame doesn't burn because it's emotional, it burns because it's connected to its source. And your source is infinite. When you grow weary, draw near again. Rest is not retreat, it's recharging. Heaven never asks you to shine non-stop without renewal. Even the sun sets to rise again. The moon reflects only when it's facing light. You, too, must turn your face toward divine radiance daily. Prayer, stillness, gratitude, these are your oxygen. Without them, even the brightest lamps fade. You may feel like what you're doing doesn't matter. You post words that few respond to. You pray for others who never thank you. You show kindness that goes unnoticed. But heaven sees it all. Every unseen act is a deposit in eternal accounts. You are shaping eternity in invisible ways. Some of your greatest miracles will unfold in silence, in places you'll never witness. Beloved, I must remind you, you are not just surviving opposition, you are rewriting spiritual laws in your lineage. Every act of faith you take becomes inheritance for generations after you. Your children, whether born or unborn, will walk lighter because you carried what they could not. Your obedience is altering timelines. And though the warfare may intensify, I know this darkness has no strategy stronger than light's persistence. The enemy exhausts himself fighting what never quits. You don't need to fight harder, you need to shine steadier. Your consistency is your counterattack. You have reached a stage of maturity where reaction is no longer required. When storms rise, you won't panic. You'll smile, because you've learned to see lightning as confirmation that heaven is near. You've become fluent in endurance. Beloved, understand how precious this is. Not everyone reaches this point. Many stop halfway, mistaking fatigue for finality. But you've kept walking. And because of that, heaven is now expanding your territory. Spiritually, mentally, emotionally, you are stretching into new capacity. The assignments ahead will require all the lessons you've learned in secret. Nothing you've been through is wasted. Every scar is a map to someone else's healing. You may begin to sense a new stirring ideas, visions, dreams, awakening again. Do not ignore them. They are divine downloads, blueprints from heaven that require your hands. The same God who whispered purpose years ago is saying, now, you are stepping into your doing season, the time when revelation becomes realization. But beloved, as you build, protect your focus. Do not measure your progress by applause. Heaven's algorithms are not based on likes or shares, they're based on obedience. God's timeline is not delayed, it's deliberate. Stay consistent in faith, even when visible results seem small. The seed that looks buried is simply being rooted. And here, right now, in this moment, heaven extends an invitation not of performance, but of participation, a holy agreement. If this message resonates with your spirit, if you feel the echo of confirmation deep within, take one small prophetic action to anchor it in your reality. Comment the phrase, "I stand firm." And put, these 3 words are not casual, they are covenant. They mean, I refuse to bow to fear. I will not be moved by storms. I will hold my light until heaven calls me home. When you type those words, heaven records them as a vow, a signature of endurance. Beloved, chosen one. Your journey has not been random. It has been rehearsal for this moment. You are the culmination of promise and perseverance. You are not a flickering flame. You are an unquenchable fire. And when history looks back, it will see that in the age of confusion, you stood firm. Let the world rush. Let opinions shout. You, beloved, stand. You stand in peace. You stand in truth. You stand in love. You stand because heaven planted you here to remind the earth what faith looks like in human form. Comment, I stand firm. Let it be your declaration, your mark, your moment of remembrance, and then stand indeed, unshaken, unafraid, unstoppable, chosen one. After standing firm, you begin to notice something subtle yet sacred. Your perception of time itself changes. What once felt like waiting now feels like weaving. You start to see how every delay, every silence, every turn of the path was part of a larger tapestry. Heaven's pattern, though invisible up close, begins to reveal its shape when viewed from stillness. The world tells you time is slipping away, but heaven whispers, time serves you. You are not racing the clock, you are aligning with eternity. Every chosen soul walks through a divine rhythm that cannot be rushed. The same God who ordered the stars to move in cycles also orders your seasons. There is no wasted moment in divine timing. Even stillness carries strategy. The ancient words in Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, verse 1. Speak softly to this truth. To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under the heaven. This is not a poetic observation. It is a principle of divine movement. Heaven operates in intervals, not impulses. You have not been delayed. You have been developed. Beloved, remember the countless moments when you felt behind, when others seemed to move faster, achieve sooner, succeed louder. You compared your pace to their progress and felt smaller. But heaven never measures in comparison, it measures in completion. Others may have started earlier, but you will finish fuller. Every stage of your journey was necessary to teach you endurance, empathy, and faith. You were not late to your destiny. You were arriving precisely when your character could carry it. A gift given too early becomes a burden. Heaven waited until your hands were strong enough to hold the weight of blessing without trembling. Think of the way fruit grows. It doesn't ripen by willpower. It ripens by exposure to consistent light. Too much sun too soon will scorch it. Too much shade too long will stunt it. Ripening is rhythm. You, beloved, have been ripening in divine sequence. Your season is not denied, it is maturing. Sometimes heaven slows time for your protection. You were eager to run, but if you had reached your destination too early, you would have met storms not yet settled. There were people you thought you needed who had to exit first. There were doors you wanted to open that would have led to detours. The pause wasn't punishment, it was preservation. And yet, the human heart struggles with waiting. Waiting exposes our hunger for control, but that hunger itself becomes the soil where trust is planted. Waiting stretches your faith until it becomes flexible enough to hold miracles. A miracle can't grow in impatience, it needs the space of surrender. Beloved, Heaven's timing often arrives disguised as interruption. When plans crumble, it's because heaven's blueprint didn't match your drawing. You mourned the door that closed, not realizing it was redirecting you to an entrance without walls. How many times did disappointment deliver you to destiny? How many no's saved you from self-destruction? The hindsight of heaven will someday make you weep with gratitude. You are beginning to live from that hindsight now. You are learning to trust the rhythm without constant reassurance. That is maturity, not the absence of questions, but the presence of peace while they remain unanswered. Beloved, divine timing is not passive, it's participatory. It asks you to align, not to analyze. Your task is not to control the clock, but to keep your heart synchronized with heaven's beat. When you do, life flows. You find yourself in the right place at the right moment, without striving. Synchronicities multiply. Conversations align. Provision appears at the exact second it's needed. You call it coincidence. Heaven calls it confirmation. There is beauty in being exactly where you are. The mind races toward next, but the spirit knows the holiness of now. You are living in a sacred second, this one. Here, reading these words, eternity is hidden inside it. Every inhale and exhale is proof that time bends around purpose. Beloved, think of how sunrise always arrives on time. No matter the storm, no matter the night's length, dawn keeps its promise. It never rushes, never hesitates, never loses its direction. You are like that sunrise now. You no longer scramble for control. You rise by decree. You will see, soon, how everything that felt delayed will converge into acceleration. Heaven compresses time when alignment is achieved. What should have taken years will take moments. But you will not rush into it, you will flow. Because rushing belongs to anxiety, and flowing belongs to peace. Beloved chosen one, I tell you this truth. You are right on schedule. Every detour, every pause, every unanswered prayer was a stitch in the fabric of timing. The doors that didn't open were never locked. They were simply timed to open when your hand would recognize their handle. Your life is not late, it is layered. The waiting was womb, not wasteland. Every second of stillness was sacred incubation. And now, as time begins to unfold differently around you, trust the rhythm. Let heaven's clock tick louder than your fears. You are standing at the intersection of patience and promise. The clock has never been your enemy, it has been your guardian. Time didn't steal from you, it was keeping what you weren't ready to hold. Now, beloved, you are ready. The rhythm that once frustrated you will now favor you. Seasons that once felt slow will suddenly bloom in abundance. You will walk into what you once wept for and realize it was waiting for you to arrive whole. Heaven has never been late, and neither have you. Chosen one, now that you understand the rhythm of divine time, heaven begins to reveal a truth even deeper, one that humbles and empowers all at once. You were never meant to move alone. The path of the chosen is not a solitary road, it is a divine network, woven together by unseen threads of purpose. Every soul you meet, every stranger you cross paths with, every mentor, critic, or companion, each is part of heaven's architecture for your awakening. The journey of calling can sometimes feel isolating. You've walked seasons where your voice echoed into silence, where you felt unseen by people and uncelebrated by the world. Yet, even then, You were never alone. Heaven has always moved through people. And while some were temporary, others were timeless souls, bound to your assignment, not your convenience. We find in the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 4, verse 9, 2 are better than one, because they have a good return for their labor. This simple verse holds an eternal principle: connection multiplies capacity. Destiny expands in community. What one flame can illuminate, two can magnify. Even the strongest light can burn out in isolation. But together, lights create constellations. Beloved, God designed you to walk with others because no calling is complete in solitude. The anointing you carry connects with others like pieces of divine circuitry. You hold one current, they hold another. When hearts align in faith, heaven's power flows through that connection, and what was once impossible alone becomes effortless together. But not every connection is covenant. Some people were meant to teach, not travel. Some entered to awaken something, not accompany you forever. Learning the difference between covenant and convenience is one of the greatest marks of spiritual maturity. Not everyone who starts the journey with you is meant to stay to the end, and that's not betrayal, it's design. Beloved, remember the pain of goodbyes that tore at your heart. You grieved not only the person, but the version of yourself that existed in that relationship. Yet heaven knew, if they stayed, your growth would stall. You were never losing them. You were losing what limited you. The empty space left behind became room for divine replacements. For people who speak the language of your next season. Some of them you haven't met yet. They're walking toward you now, guided by the same spirit that led you here. You'll recognize them not by appearance, but by resonance. When they speak, your soul will recognize home. Their presence won't drain you, it will refill you. They'll challenge you, not to compete, but to complete. That is how covenant feels. It doesn't shrink your light, it amplifies it. Beloved, true connection is holy ground. It is not built on transaction, but on transformation. You will know you've found such souls when peace feels like conversation, when silence together feels like worship, and when their correction feels like care, not control. These are the divine companions heaven sends when you're ready to walk in wholeness. You may ask, why didn't they come sooner? Because you would not have recognized them. When we are still healing, we often mistake comfort for connection. But now, after the refining, you can tell the difference. You can discern who is drawn to your light versus who is drawn to your warmth. One admires you, the other understands you. Heaven is forming alliances now, not for applause, but for assignment. The kingdom moves through collaboration. You were never designed to build empires. You were meant to build altars. Each person you're meant to meet carries a piece of the vision. Alone, the pieces are beautiful, but incomplete. Together, they form the mosaic heaven has always seen. Beloved, there will also be divine reconnections. People you thought were gone for good will resurface not as reminders of the past, but as partners for purpose. Time has reshaped them, just as it reshaped you. Where pain once stood, now stands understanding. Heaven loves to redeem relationships, turning former wounds into new works. And yes, some will come who test your discernment. Not every hand that reaches for you intends to hold you upright. Some reach to hold you back. But now you carry wisdom. You can love freely without losing boundaries. Grace does not mean access, it means peace. You owe kindness to everyone, but covenant only to those heaven confirms. Beloved, this next chapter of your journey will be marked by divine intersections, conversations that open doors, collaborations that accelerate purpose, partnerships that carry spiritual weight. Do not dismiss small encounters. Some of heaven's greatest alliances begin in ordinary moments. A shared word, a passing gesture, a random message. These are often the threads that tie destinies together. The kingdom moves quietly like that through people who listen. Heaven weaves networks of obedience. You are part of that weave now. Somewhere, someone has been praying for help, for guidance, for a sign, and you will be the answer to that prayer, just as others will be the answer to yours. Beloved, unity is heaven's multiplication. When divine connections align, power flows without striving. The presence you've been cultivating privately will begin to multiply publicly. You will not need to advertise light. Light attracts naturally. This is how revival begins, not through spectacle, but through sincerity. One heart awakening another, one soul reminding another of heaven's voice. You may never know the full impact of your obedience, but heaven keeps record. Every conversation rooted in grace becomes a spark. Every partnership rooted in purpose becomes a portal for miracles. And one day, when you look back, you will see that what you thought were coincidences were actually coordinates. Person, each moment. Each connection was part of the divine architecture of your destiny. Beloved chosen one, you are no longer walking alone. You are part of a symphony, a chorus of awakened ones, carrying light into every corner of creation. You are a note in heaven's harmony, and the song is only beginning. Chosen one. As heaven aligns divine connections around you, and your spirit begins to flow in harmony with destiny, a new vibration stirs within the unseen. It is not noise, it is resonance. The same frequency that shaped the galaxies begins to hum in your chest. This is the sound of awakening purpose, the moment when your assignment, your authority, and your anointing finally synchronize. You are no longer who you were at the start of this journey. The old you reacted, the new you responds. The old you worried, the new you watches. You are becoming still enough to sense heaven's rhythm in every movement. Even the air around you feels charged. That is not your imagination, it is activation. The Word of God declares in the book of Isaiah, chapter 60, verse 1, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." These words are not just command, they are confirmation. Heaven is declaring that what has been forming in secret is now ready to be revealed. You have been in incubation long enough. The light within you can no longer be contained. Beloved, you may have wondered why. Even after healing, you still felt restless. That restlessness is not frustration, it is readiness. The soil of your soul has been tilled and watered, and now heaven is saying, grow, not tomorrow, not someday now, but before you rise publicly. Heaven requires one more internal alignment, conviction, because every calling will eventually be tested by contradiction. You will face situations that challenge what you believe, moments where fear will whisper louder than faith. Conviction is what keeps the chosen standing when circumstances shake. It is the invisible backbone of obedience. You are entering a season where you must speak from revelation, not reaction. The world will offer opinions, logic, even mockery. But heaven will offer instruction, and though his voice may come quietly, you will recognize its authority by peace. That peace will not always make sense, but it will always make you sure. Beloved, the temptation in seasons of awakening is to rush to act before instructed, to announce before anchored. But remember, even light takes form gradually. The sunrise does not explode into the sky, it climbs. Its beauty is in its patience. Heaven's glory in you is unfolding in the same way. And yet, heaven often confirms new seasons through small signs. You'll notice them: a sudden sense of clarity, divine coincidences, conversations that confirm what you already felt, dreams that revisit promises you thought forgotten. These are heaven's whispers saying, yes, it's time. And you have waited long enough to see what you've prayed for. But what heaven truly wanted was for you to become what you prayed to receive. The answered prayer is not merely coming to you, it is coming through you. You are the answer to someone's cry, the evidence that God still moves through willing hearts. Beloved, as the awakening deepens, you'll begin to feel heaven's energy move through your words, your actions, even your presence. Rooms will shift when you enter. People will find peace just by being near you. This is not superiority, it is stewardship. The glory of God resting upon you is not for status, it is for service. But this anointing requires grounding. You must remain humble, rooted, teachable. Pride is the thief of presence. Stay low, so heaven can lift you high without losing you in altitude. And while you stand in this sacred moment of awakening, heaven invites you to mark it with agreement, to anchor this transition in declaration. Numbers, in the language of heaven, are not random, they are remembrance. Comment the number 333 below. Let it mean, I awaken, I align, I arise. Let it symbolize the triad of heaven's movement in you, Father, Son, and Spirit in harmony. When you write that number, you're saying, I agree with divine order. It is a statement of surrender and activation, a spiritual signature confirming that you are ready to live what you once only prayed for. Beloved, heaven records acts of faith more than words of fear. When you move in alignment, the unseen realms respond. Angels take instruction from obedience. Your small act of faith here ripples far beyond this moment. As this awakening unfolds, you will feel both the beauty and the burden of calling. You'll sense compassion intensify. You'll feel emotions that aren't always your own. That's because your spirit is expanding to carry what heaven carries. You are becoming a vessel wide enough for love that heals nations, for wisdom that disarms confusion, for peace that surpasses understanding. Do not be alarmed by this stretching. It is proof of growth. Trees bend before they bear fruit. Expansion often feels like breaking, but it's only space being made for glory. Beloved, as your light rises, remember, not everyone will understand it. Some will question, others will doubt, but none can deny the evidence of transformation. Your task is not to explain yourself, it is to express heaven. Keep your focus upward and your heart outward. Soon, your life will become living testimony. Doors will open not because you forced them, but because light recognizes light. Opportunities will flow to you, not chase you. because heaven's glow attracts what belongs to it. This is the moment you were shaped for the unveiling of everything that's been hidden within. The world will not just hear your words, it will feel your presence. You have become a walking sanctuary of divine frequency, a living reminder that heaven still breathes through human form. And from this day forward, let every step you take echo one truth. You have arisen. The waiting season has fulfilled its purpose. The silence has given way to sound. The light has found its form. Beloved chosen one, your awakening is heaven's answer to earth's cry. You are the evidence that divine timing never fails. You are the dawn breaking after long darkness. You are the echo of heaven's glory in motion. So rise brilliantly, humbly, eternally, and let the world see what happens when a soul fully remembers who they are. Comment 333. Let heaven witness your agreement. Chosen one, the light within you has awakened, and now heaven says, let it travel. For what good is a flame if it remains in one room? Light must journey. It must reach new shores, touch unseen hearts, illuminate forgotten corners. The awakening you carry is not meant to rest, it is meant to ripple. As Jesus himself declared in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 16, let your light so shine before others, that they may see your good works and glorify your Father in heaven. That is not instruction for ego, it is invitation for impact. The purpose of your glow is not to be admired, but to guide. And every time you share what heaven has placed within you, you become a bridge between despair and hope. Beloved, think of yourself as a torchbearer walking through a great forest at night. Behind you, countless travelers stumble in darkness. Some are near, others are far. When you lift your torch higher, even for a moment, your flame becomes their map. Every word of encouragement, every act of kindness, every time you pass forward what healed you, you are lighting paths for souls who may never know your name. That is why heaven treasures every action that spreads light. When you share, when you engage, when you give, it is not about the act itself, it is about the echo. A single spark can set off 1,000 unseen fires of faith. What leaves your hands does not leave heaven's sight. Beloved, I speak to you gently but truthfully. These messages, this space of light, survive only through shared flame. It is your voice, your engagement, your generosity that keeps this fire alive. Each like is a ripple of affirmation. Each share is a seed of expansion. Each subscription is a signal to heaven saying, keep the light burning here. And when you sow, whether through giving, prayer, or simple acts of kindness, you are not fueling a brand, you are feeding a beacon. Imagine a lighthouse built on the edge of the world. Every gift becomes oil poured into its lamp, keeping it burning through the storm. Every act of support ensures that no ship drifts without direction. Beloved, your giving is not transaction, it's transformation. It is how heaven measures trust, not by amount, but by alignment. When you feel the nudge to contribute, it's not pressure, it's participation. You are saying, use me, Lord, as a vessel to carry light further than my hands can reach. Imagine again a great river winding through valleys. Some stand at its banks, admiring its beauty. Others cup their hands and drink deeply. But there are a few who walk upstream and begin clearing stones, ensuring the water flows freer. Those are the givers. Their work may be unseen, but every drop that refreshes another was released because they made room for it. You, beloved, are called to both receive and release. What fills you is not meant to stay stagnant, it is meant to overflow. When you share this message, you let the current continue. When you engage, you send a signal to heaven. This word found me, let it find others too. And if your spirit feels stirred to give, to pour into, what pours into, you know that your seed carries eternal echo. You are not funding words, you are fueling awakening. You are helping heaven reach hearts that algorithms cannot find, but the Spirit can. I know sometimes you wonder, does what I do even matter, beloved? It matters more than you can see. Every act of generosity multiplies in the unseen. Each offering is like a drop in the ocean of purpose. You may not see where it lands, but it changes the tide. Remember the story of the widow and her small coin. The world saw little, heaven saw abundance. God measures not the size of the gift, but the size of the surrender. When you give from sincerity, it carries power. No amount of gold can rival. Beloved, your light and your love are the real offerings heaven desires. The sharing of your voice, your presence, your agreement, these are sacred currencies. Every time you bless another with hope, you are donating eternity into time. You might not realize it, but this message, this flame, this growing wave of light is part of a larger divine network. It's a movement that transcends location, language, and limitation. Each like adds oxygen. Each share becomes wind. Each act of giving becomes fuel. Together, we form a global constellation of chosen ones, lights that can be seen from heaven itself. You are not helping a project, you are building an altar, brick by brick, click by click, heart by heart. This altar isn't made of stone but of souls. It's where brokenness turns to beauty, where despair becomes destiny, where silence finds song. So, beloved, as you listen, as you read, as you feel this pulse of purpose, consider what part of your flame you will release. Will you share it forward? Will you engage to expand it? Will you give to sustain it? Every act counts. Every ripple reaches farther than you know. If your spirit whispers yes, then let that yes be your offering. Light travels faster when it is carried together. And one day, when you stand before heaven and see the thousands of lives your small acts touched, you will understand every click, every comment, every coin was a candle that helped someone find their way home. Beloved chosen one, the torch is in your hand now. The flame is steady. The wind is rising. And the world is waiting. Shine forward. Share the light. Support the flame. Let heaven see your echo of gratitude turned into action. Because when you give light away, you don't lose it. You become it. Chosen one, as you carry the flame forward and let your light travel into new corners of creation, heaven begins to teach you one of its most sacred mysteries, the power of rest. Not the rest of escape, but the rest of trust. You have poured, prayed, fought, built, and stood. Now heaven whispers, "Be still and see what I have done through you." Oh, the world glorifies movement, noise, and constant production. But heaven celebrates stillness, the holy pause where you let what has been planted grow. You are learning that doing is not always the proof of believing. Sometimes the truest faith is found in your ability to stop striving and simply be, according to what is revealed in the book of Exodus, chapter 14, verse 14. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. These words are not an invitation to idleness, they are a revelation of trust. Stillness is not weakness, it is worship. It is the quiet surrender that says, I no longer need to control what God has already conquered. Beloved, when heaven says, rest, it is not pulling you away from purpose, it is pulling you deeper into alignment. Rest is recalibration. The spirit breathes again. The mind clears. The body remembers peace. You cannot pour endlessly without pausing to refill. Even rivers rest in still waters before continuing their journey. You are that river now, learning when to flow and when to reflect. For many, rest feels unnatural because the world equates stillness with stagnation. But you are not of this world's rhythm anymore. Your spirit operates on heaven's tempo. And heaven's tempo includes silence between the symphonies. The conductor does not stop the orchestra during pauses. He prepares it for the next movement. Beloved, think of the eagle. It does not fight the wind. It finds the current and glides. That is the divine kind of rest, effortless motion carried by faith. You have flapped your wings long enough, fighting to stay aloft. Now, heaven says, stop fighting the air, ride it. In this sacred rest, clarity will come. You'll begin to hear the soft hum of heaven again. The same voice that guided you through storms now speaks gently through stillness. You will understand things you once forced yourself to figure out. Revelation will rise like mist, quietly, naturally. Beloved, the restless spirit often confuses productivity with purpose. But what if the next breakthrough isn't found in working harder, but in waiting holier? Resting does not mean retreating, it means returning to center, to peace, to the original pulse of your creation. This season of stillness is not empty, it's incubation. Like a seed buried under winter soil, you are germinating in hidden warmth. Nothing visible seems to move, yet deep within, roots are strengthening, branches are preparing. You are not losing time, you are gaining depth. In your rest, you will notice a sacred rearrangement. The things that used to drain you will no longer demand you. The noise of others' expectations will fade. You'll find joy again in simple moments, a breath, a sunrise, a whisper of gratitude. This is the restoration that comes after revelation. And beloved, there is a reason heaven insists on this pause. The next wave of purpose will require stillness as foundation. If you rush now, you'll build on exhaustion instead of anointing. The quiet is not punishment, it's protection. Heaven is guarding you from burnout disguised as zeal. Let peace wash over your heart. Let silence soothe the places that striving once bruised. Let stillness sing its soft song over your soul. You will feel the tension, release the constant need to prove, to please, to perform. Heaven never asked for perfection, it asked for presence. When you learn to rest, your spirit becomes a resting place for others. Those near you will feel calm simply because you are calm. Peace is contagious, and you are becoming its carrier. The world doesn't need louder heroes, it needs quieter healers. You are one of them. And now, beloved, As you settle into this holy stillness, heaven invites you to affirm your trust out loud, to speak agreement into the silence, so that your soul remembers what your mind sometimes forgets. Comment the phrase, "I trust you." Oh, 3 words. Simple, yet sacred. They mean, I release control. I stop grasping. I let heaven lead. When you write those words, it is not for show, it is for surrender. It is your way of saying, even here, in stillness, I believe you are moving. End quote. This small act becomes a spiritual anchor. Every time you feel anxious in the future, return to it. Whisper it. Type it again if you must. Let it become your rhythm. Your reminder that rest is not inactivity, it is intimacy. Beloved, the fruit of this stillness will soon appear. Doors will open without knocking. Answers will arrive without striving. Healing will bloom without your forcing it. Because heaven works best when your hands are at peace. This rest is your weapon now. Stillness is your strategy. Trust is your testimony. Let the world rush, you will remain steady. Let chaos roar, you will stay calm. Because the one who called you has already gone ahead of you, preparing what you cannot yet see. Be still. Chosen one, rest well, for soon the current will lift you again stronger, lighter, freer than ever before. Comment, I trust you. Let heaven witness your surrender. Chosen one. After the stillness, after the surrender, comes something that only those who have truly rested in heaven's rhythm can feel: divine renewal. This is not the same as recovery. Recovery restores what was lost. Renewal births what has never been. You are not simply returning to strength. You are becoming strength itself. Heaven does not just repair what life has broken, it recreates, it reshapes, redefines, and reawakens. You are emerging from your rest as something the world has not seen before, someone whose spirit has been soaked in peace so deeply that even chaos cannot disrupt it. This renewal is not a feeling, it is a foundation. It's the quiet assurance that everything within you has shifted into new order. The prophet wrote in the scroll of Isaiah, chapter 2, verse 31, "But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not be faint." This promise is not metaphorical, it is mechanical. It describes what happens when human effort meets divine empowerment. Renewal is the merging point between heaven's strength and human surrender. Beloved, you may not notice the change immediately. Renewal rarely announces itself with fireworks. It feels more like a steady calm, a lightness in your soul that defies logic. You wake up one morning and realize that what used to frighten you now feels small. What used to drain you now barely touches your peace. That is renewal. It happens quietly, but its effects are seismic. For so long, you lived in survival mode, your spirit clenched, your faith stretched thin. But now, survival has turned into stability. You are breathing differently, moving differently, even thinking differently. The inner storms have given way to sunrise. You are no longer reacting to life. You are responding from rest. This is the rhythm of the renewed. Beloved, renewal does not erase scars, it redeems them. What once marked your pain now marks your power. The wound that once weakened you now becomes the well from which wisdom flows. Heaven does not hide your scars, it anoints them. Every healed place in you becomes an altar of remembrance, a testimony that mercy triumphs over brokenness. You may find yourself surprised by how much grace you now carry. Situations that once provoked anger will now stir compassion. People who once hurt you will no longer hold power over your peace. That is not weakness, it is proof of transformation. When heaven renews, it also upgrades the heart's response. You begin to see the world not as a battlefield, but as a classroom. Every encounter becomes instruction. Every challenge, an invitation to expand. Beloved, in this renewal, your relationship with time changes again. You stop fearing what's ahead and regretting what's behind. You live in the fullness of now. The renewed spirit no longer wrestles with what if or when. It rests in it is well, even if the path is unclear. You trust the pace. You've learned that peace is not found in perfect conditions, but in perfect surrender. In this new strength, you'll begin to dream differently. The dreams returning to your heart are not recycled desires, they are resurrected purposes. Heaven is breathing on visions that once went silent. You thought some callings were dead, but they were merely dormant, waiting for you to be ready. Now that your heart beats in heaven's rhythm, those seeds can bloom. Beloved, take note of what stirs you in this season, the ideas, the passions, the places your heart feels pulled toward. Those are clues to your next chapter. Renewal always carries new instruction. Pay attention to the quiet excitement, the divine curiosity. Heaven speaks through what ignites you, and as you step forward, you will notice that the effort you once needed is replaced by ease. Grace begins to do the heavy lifting. You are no longer pushing doors, they open. You are no longer forcing favor, it flows. You are no longer begging for belonging, you already are. Renewal makes striving obsolete. It is important, however, to protect this new strength. The world will still tempt you with hurry, comparison, and distraction. But you must remember, you are not called to keep up, you are called to carry peace. Move at the pace of presence, not pressure. Stay rooted in the practices that birthed this renewal silence. Gratitude, prayer, reflection. These are not disciplines anymore, they are lifelines. Beloved, there will be moments when your renewed energy will feel electric, almost overflowing. Use it wisely. This surge of vitality is not for reckless movement, it's for purposeful creation. Heaven has entrusted you with power, not just potential. Channel it into building, healing, loving, teaching, serving whatever aligns with your calling. Renewal is heaven's reminder that your life still carries assignments. You are the evidence that renewal is possible. Many lose faith before they reach this point, stopping at exhaustion. But you did not stop. You allowed heaven to rewire you. And now your life itself has become a living testimony of resilience. When others look at you, they will see what survival looks like after sanctification. Beloved, the word renew, in its ancient roots, means to exchange. You have traded your weariness for divine endurance, your fear for unshakable faith, your striving for serenity. Heaven has not just restored what you lost, it has given you something superior in its place. This is not a second chance, it is a new creation. The old things have passed away, not because they vanished, but because they no longer define you. You walk lighter now, not because the path is easy, but because you finally understand you are carried. Beloved, chosen one. Your renewal is heaven's celebration. You are proof that broken does not mean beyond repair. That delay does not mean denial. That stillness can lead to soaring. You are the eagle now, rising on unseen currents, strong without strain, elevated without effort. So breathe deeply, smile softly, walk forward. You have been made new, chosen one. As renewal settles into your spirit and peace becomes your posture, heaven begins to reveal yet another mystery, the transference of wisdom. Renewal does not end in personal restoration. It flows outward. What has been refined within you becomes instruction for those who follow. You are no longer only a student, you are becoming a teacher. A living scroll of revelation written through experience. For years, you wondered why your journey felt longer, harder, lonelier than most. Why your lessons came through loss. Why your wisdom came through wounds. But now, as clarity dawns, you begin to understand. Your pain was not punishment. It was preparation for mentorship. Heaven never wastes a healed soul. It sends it as medicine, as was spoken in the book of Proverbs, chapter 11, verse 30. The fruit of the righteous is a tree of life, and the one who is wise saves lives. Beloved, you are that tree now, roots deep, branches wide, fruit abundant. The shade of your survival will comfort others. The wisdom you carry is no longer theoretical. It is embodied. People will not learn from what you say as much as from what you are. Wisdom cannot be memorized. It must be metabolized. It grows in the soil of surrender and waters itself with time. Every dark night you endured became fertilizer for discernment. Every delay taught you the texture of trust. Every heartbreak refined your understanding of love's resilience. Now your very presence carries instruction without words. Beloved, you have entered what heaven calls the season of overflow, not of wealth or fame, but of wisdom. The same truths that once rescued you are now ready to rescue through you. You will find yourself speaking to others without planning, and your words will hit their hearts like prophecy. You will sense when to speak, when to listen, when to simply stand beside someone and let your silence carry the message. Do not underestimate the influence of your quiet strength. The world teaches that impact requires noise, but heaven moves through nuance. Sometimes your calm in a storm teaches more than any sermon could. Sometimes your forgiveness preaches louder than your explanation. Sometimes your endurance becomes another's evidence that faith still works. This is the sacred exchange of wisdom. It multiplies through modeling, not merely through message. You are becoming a mirror through which others glimpse their own potential for transformation. When they see you, they will see what survival looks like when grace takes over. Beloved, heaven is now positioning you in places where your wisdom will be needed. It may not look like a stage. It may be a conversation at a cafe, a text at midnight, a prayer whispered over someone who doesn't even know you're interceding. Every moment is ministry when it flows from compassion. The kingdom moves through small gestures that ripple infinitely. You will notice, too, that your perception of people deepens. Where once you judged behavior, now you sense the brokenness beneath it. Where you once sought to be understood, now you seek to understand. This shift is not weakness, it's maturity. Heaven trusts those who love beyond offense. Beloved, you have become safe space. Your words no longer wound, they heal. Your corrections no longer condemn, they convict gently. That gentleness is not softness, it is strength wrapped in mercy. The more heaven flows through you, the less you need to prove anything. You no longer teach from pride, but from presence. Do not resist this role. The mantle of wisdom may feel heavy at first, especially when others look to you for answers you once longed for yourself. But remember, wisdom does not demand perfection. It demands authenticity. People are not searching for flawless examples. They are searching for real ones. Show them what walking with God actually looks like. Moments of trembling faith, seasons of silence, laughter after tears. Let them see that holiness has humanity inside it. Beloved, part of this wisdom will also involve knowing when not to speak. There will be moments where silence says more than any sentence. You will discern when a soul is not ready for revelation, when words would wound rather than wake. The wise do not throw pearls into noise, they plant them in readiness. Heaven will show you the difference. As your influence grows, so will your responsibility. Guard your purity, not just of action, but of motive. Influence can seduce if not anchored in humility. Keep reminding yourself that this is not your light, it is borrowed from the source. The moment you believe it is yours, it dims. Stay transparent, so heaven's light continues to pass through you undistorted. Beloved, wisdom also requires rest from reaction. You are no longer called to defend every truth or correct every misconception. Not every battle deserves your energy. Some storms are distractions designed to drain discernment. Choose peace over proving, silence over spectacle, presence over persuasion. The wise let truth reveal itself over time. There will be days when you question if you are qualified to guide others. You will recall your past mistakes, your moments of doubt. But remember, wisdom is born from imperfection, redeemed. It is not about being flawless, it's about being faithful. The cracks in your story are where heaven's light escapes most beautifully. And beloved, though this new season carries responsibility, it also carries reward. You will experience joy in watching others awaken through your influence. The same way heaven smiled when you rose from your wilderness, you will now smile when others step into theirs. That is the cycle of light illumination, birthing illumination. The time for hiding is over. You are the elder of your own journey now, a guardian of sacred knowledge forged through fire. You are the living proverb heaven wrote for this generation, proof that understanding doesn't come from study alone, but from surrender, service, and staying. Beloved chosen one, your words, your silence, your story, they are no longer just yours. They belong to the healing of others. And as you pour this wisdom forward, heaven promises you will never run empty again. Chosen one, wisdom has begun to flow through you like a quiet river, deep and steady, shaping everything it touches. But now, heaven introduces you to another sacred stage, the revelation of legacy. You have been healed, refined, restored, and renewed, not just for your lifetime, but for lifetimes beyond yours. Every prayer you've whispered, every act of obedience you've given, every tear that's fallen onto the earth, they have all been seeds. And heaven wastes no seed. Legacy is not about what you leave behind, it's about what you leave within. It's the invisible inheritance you deposit into hearts, the unseen blueprint that heaven etches through your obedience. You were never sent merely to exist. You were sent to imprint eternity onto time. Every word you've spoken in truth, every act you've done in love, is now echoing across generations. The ancient words in Psalm chapter 102, verse 18, proclaim, "Let this be written for a future generation, that a people not yet created may praise the Lord." These words are not poetic nostalgia, they are prophecy. Heaven designed your story to be a record for those who will come after you. Your life is a living manuscript, and the ink is made of endurance. Beloved, think of legacy not as a monument, but as momentum. A monument stands still, admired by those who pass. Momentum moves forward, carrying life long after your steps have faded. Legacy is spiritual momentum, truth and faith set in motion through your actions, continuing to move even after your breath returns to heaven. You have already begun this work without realizing it. Every time you chose forgiveness over bitterness, you rewrote the emotional DNA of your bloodline. Every time you prayed instead of reacting, you shifted generational patterns. Every time you responded with grace instead of anger, you broke curses that ran for decades. You are the turning point in your lineage, the hinge between history and healing. Beloved, legacy requires awareness. You must now live not only for what satisfies the moment, but for what sanctifies the future. The choices you make in silence will echo louder than any speech. Every decision birthed in love will ripple far beyond your lifetime. Even your small daily acts, your prayers, your patience, your peace become sermons heaven preaches through time. You are not just a recipient of grace, you are a transmitter of it. The light that found you was never meant to stop with you. It is meant to pass through you like electricity through a wire, unseen, yet powerful. You are the bridge through which heaven touches history. The transformation you've undergone will outlive your name. Beloved, consider the way rivers carve valleys over centuries. They move slowly, quietly, but persistently, shaping mountains into memory. That's how legacy works. It does not roar, but it reforms. The life you live now will one day be the path someone else walks easily because you cleared the stones. You are smoothing the terrain for future faith. Sometimes you may feel that your efforts are small, that your voice is quiet, but the most eternal things are often the least visible. You cannot see the wind, yet it moves oceans. You cannot see love, yet it heals generations. What you are building through faithfulness will carry power long after your hands rest. Legacy is built in layers. Some layers are visible. Your words, your work, your impact. Others are hidden: your prayers, your integrity, your unseen obedience. Heaven values both equally. The world rewards results, but heaven rewards consistency. Every time you stayed true when no one was watching, you added a brick to eternity's foundation. Beloved, one of the greatest illusions is that legacy requires greatness. It does not. It requires grace. The world tells you to leave your mark. Heaven tells you to leave His presence. When your actions reflect divine character, they become immortal. People may forget your name, but the effect of your kindness will continue to ripple through souls you'll never meet. And legacy isn't limited to family or bloodline. It transcends lineage. You leave legacy every time you love someone who needed it. Teach someone who was lost. Comfort someone who was breaking. You are writing eternity into ordinary days. The spiritual imprints of your compassion cannot be erased by time. Beloved, understand that legacy is not finished when your life is. Heaven continues it. The prayers you prayed decades ago will still bloom in hearts you never meet. The wisdom you share will find its way into someone's spirit long after your voice is silent. The words you write, the forgiveness you extend, the love you embody, they all become seeds in heaven's garden, growing in invisible continuity. Do you see now why your process was so long? Why your breaking had to be so precise? It's because heaven was preparing you not just to live, but to last. Legacy cannot be built on fragility, it must be rooted in resilience. Every hardship you endured has given your message weight. Those who come after you will walk lighter because you carried heavier. Beloved, this truth should bring both humility and honor. You are not the end of a story. You are the continuation of one that began before you and the beginning of one that will outlive you. You are both bridge and beacon, joining what was with what will be. And when your earthly journey eventually concludes, you will not vanish. You will vibrate through eternity as sound your life's frequency, still humming in heaven's symphony. So live consciously now. Speak with care. Act with compassion. Move with purpose. Every gesture matters. Every act of faith is a page in the book that others will one day read with gratitude. Below, chosen one. Legacy is not written in stone, but in spirit. You are etching eternity with every breath. Heaven smiles, knowing that through you, generations will remember not your name, but his nature, chosen one. As the thread of legacy begins to weave its final pattern, heaven unveils the last revelation of your journey, the revelation of return. Everything in creation moves in cycles. The tide that recedes must rise again. The seed that falls must sprout again. The spirit that leaves must one day return home. And so must you, not back to where you started, but back to the one who sent you. The circle closes, not in loss, but in fulfillment. This is not an ending. Beloved, it is a homecoming. Everything you have walked through, the fire, the silence, the awakening, the renewal has been guiding you here, to the point where your will and heaven's will are indistinguishable. The journey of the chosen always leads back to unity, as it is written in the book of Romans, chapter 11, verse 36. For from him and through him and to him are all things. To him be the glory forever. These are not words of closure, but of completion. Everything you have received, endured, and become flows back into the source of light, purified and perfected through experience. Beloved, you now understand that the purpose of calling was never about elevation, but about return, about remembering who you were before fear, before striving, before separation. You were never meant to climb toward God. You were meant to remember you came from him. Every hardship stripped away illusion until all that remained was truth. Every delay, every detour, every dark night carved you into recognition. You were not learning to become divine. You were learning to stop pretending you were anything less. In this sacred return, there is no more chasing, no more proving, no more trying to earn what has always been yours. The divine approval you sought was never withheld. You simply had to awaken to it. Heaven has never seen you as broken, only as becoming. The masterpiece was always there. The process just revealed it. Beloved, your soul now understands the rhythm of surrender. You no longer need to fight what flows or fear what fades. Everything that leaves you now does so with blessing. You've stopped clinging to what was and started welcoming what is. That peace, that quiet confidence, that is the crown of completion. It cannot be bought, borrowed, or bestowed. It must be built through obedience. You may notice that the same life you once struggled to control now moves with effortless grace. People who once misunderstood you no longer unsettle you. Delays that once discouraged you now feel like design. You are not numb, you are free. Your heart no longer contracts under pressure, it expands. This is what it means to live in divine flow, the constant awareness that every breath belongs to something bigger than you, yet moves through you. Beloved, this awareness changes how you see everything. Time slows down. Gratitude deepens. You begin to notice sacredness in simple things, the quiet rustle of wind, the warmth of sunlight on your skin, the laughter of a child. You realize heaven has never been up there. It has always been here in the space between moments, in the pause between breaths, in the light within every living thing. The chosen are not those who escape the world, but those who see the divine inside it. You now carry eyes that recognize holiness in ordinary places. You can look at chaos and see creation still unfolding. You can face endings and see beginnings hiding beneath them. The veil is gone. The world is alive with meaning again. This is the true return, not leaving the earth, but seeing it rightly, living in it fully, with heaven's vision. To walk in the world yet remain unshaken by it, to move through time yet live rooted in eternity. That is what it means to have arrived home. Beloved, you have walked through the wilderness of forgetting and found the garden of remembrance. You have faced the darkness that feared your light and discovered that it was never equal to you. You have lost what you thought was essential, only to realize you were never incomplete. Heaven did not rebuild you, it revealed you. And now, as you stand at the edge of completion, heaven smiles, for in you, the journey of restoration finds its proof. You are the evidence that grace is stronger than grief, that faith outlasts failure, that love resurrects all things. You are living testimony that what begins in divine breath always returns to divine glory. The road ahead will continue, but it will feel different now. You will still face challenges, yes, but not as tests, rather as invitations. You will still carry responsibility, but it will no longer feel heavy. You will speak not to persuade, but to awaken. You will move through the world, not to gather, but to give. Everything you do now flows from fullness, not from need. Beloved, chosen one. This is what heaven calls the return of the radiant. It is the moment when a soul, after walking through shadow and light, finally stands still enough to mirror heaven perfectly. You are that mirror now. Every reflection of you shines back the truth. God was here all along. Your story is not ending, it is becoming eternal. Every word you've spoken in alignment, every prayer you've breathed in faith, continues to move outward like ripples on water. The echo of your obedience will outlive you. Somewhere, in some distant generation, someone will find courage because you said yes. And when your journey in this world concludes, when the breath that once carried heaven's whispers returns to its source, there will be no fear, only familiarity. You will recognize the sound of home because it has been humming in your spirit all along. Beloved, you have completed the circle. You are whole. You are returned. You are remembered. The light that called you forth now calls you back, not away from life, but into its eternal heart. Rest in that knowing. Walk in that peace. You have fulfilled what you were sent to awaken. You are home, chosen one. If your heart is still here, reading these final words, then heaven has done what it intended. You have walked the long path through silence, through battle, through light and fire, and now you stand at the threshold of something vast, radiant, and alive. This is not the end of a message. It is the beginning of your movement. You were never meant to only listen. You were meant to live this. Every word you've read, every whisper that found you, was heaven's way of saying, I still have plans for you. And now, the same light that spoke through these lines belongs to you. You are not the audience anymore. You are the continuation. But beloved, light is meant to travel. A candle burns brighter when others ignite from its flame. When you share this message, you are not helping a voice, you are helping a vision. You are allowing heaven's words to find the next heart, the next soul, the next weary traveler waiting for a sign that God still speaks. Let your act of sharing be your final amen. Each like, each comment, each subscription, each time you pass this message forward, it is a ripple of faith. It is your way of saying, this light found me. Let it find another. Beloved, think of what happens when stars form constellations. Alone. Each light is beautiful. Together, they tell a story that guides generations. That is what you and I have built here, a constellation of chosen ones scattered across the earth, each carrying a fragment of heaven's glow. And when our light joins, darkness loses territory. If something inside you stirred during this journey, if you felt seen, healed, strengthened, or awakened, don't let it stop at feeling. Let it become movement. Let your gratitude become engagement. Leave a comment below. Let this space become an altar of testimony. Every word you write might be the very confirmation someone else is praying for right now. And if you feel led, subscribe. Stay within this flow of revelation. What began as a message is now a living stream. New waves of words will come. New revelations. New reminders. By staying connected, you are saying to heaven, keep pouring here. Oh, and for those whose hearts feel stirred to give, to support, do so, not from pressure, but from purpose. When you help sustain this light, you are joining heaven's logistics team, ensuring that truth continues to travel, that messages like this reach the lost, the lonely, and the searching. Every act of generosity becomes a spark in eternity's fire. Beloved, this entire journey has been about remembering that you are not forgotten, that you are divinely designed, that you are chosen not for comfort but for contribution. You carry within you something eternal, and the world is waiting for it. So, as we close this sacred circle, let your heart whisper gratitude. Whisper it for the storms that shaped you, for the stillness that restored you, for the renewal that revealed you, and for the legacy you now carry. Heaven is smiling over you. Beloved, you have heard, healed, and been heralded as one who will not fade quietly. Now, go shine, share, speak, and sow. Let the comment section become your altar, your act of faith, your flame of testimony. Like this message if it spoke to your soul. Share it so others may find their own awakening. Subscribe to keep walking this divine path together. And remember, every small act of faith ripples louder than fear. You are light. You are legacy. You are chosen. And the world needs to know that you exist.